Elia?
Yeah, you guys can go.
Is it on?
Pardon?
Is it on?
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to the Western Province Cricket Club. It is day 2 of the SA Invitation 11 up against the England Lions. My name is Zaid Adams. I'm here with Nathan Gogela. It is a overcast day that meets the players. It was a wonderful summer's day, but we are about to get underway. And immediately finds the outside edge, and it will run away for the first boundary of the morning. A nice little start by South Africa, Nathan.
Yeah, just finding the outside edge, and as you can see, there is a slope on the court towards the boundary area, and just rolling down the hill, and that's 4 runs as to start off the day's plan of day 2.
He's Tobela Shlatuka, who gets off the mark here on day 2. And that's a big appeal, and that is success immediately for Tom Laws. Didn't take him long to rectify, and he picks up his 3rd wicket. And England Lions now pick up their 9th.
Yeah, good start here for England, getting the first wicket of the morning. You can see there was a bit of shape, bit of movement, cloud cover, and first wicket goes down this morning for the South African Invitational. There we see the replay.
The Surrey fast bowler just trapping him right in front. Klatkuka, and the umpire had no hesitation. And the England Lions, they make early inroads here. The conditions certainly favourable for seam bowling. It is overcast, quite contrasting to yesterday. It was a beautiful summer's day down in Cape Town. But Table Mountain just covered to our right-hand side at the moment as the last man, Cody Yusuf, he walks to the crease.
I think there was early showers, early hours of this morning. I think it does come to play, especially the overhead conditions. I think when the bowlers of South Africa eventually come on, they'll eventually want to use to their advantage. So good start here for England so far in this morning.
Tom Laws, the Surrey fast bowler, he picks up his 3rd of the innings. He's been really impressive over yesterday and also early this morning. Cody Yusuf, though, he's no mug with a bat. He's one of your better jacks that you'd want to come in for the last man. Scored some important runs for the Lions over the last couple of seasons, particularly in that CSA first-class final against Western Province last season. And Laws immediately on the money here, just pushing Cody Yusuf back.
4 defensive shot there from Yusuf. I mean, plans strategy for the Lions. Don't think they'll be batting for another 30 minutes here, Zaire.
I think Selitswani and Cody Yusuf, they obviously play together at the Lions. Selitswani, he'll back Cody Yusuf to just hold up an end. Just down the leg side, and that's been given by the umpire, and that is the end of the South African innings. Just a little tickle down the leg side, all very calm, and Cody Yusuf's stay doesn't last very long as we see just nipping down the leg side and finding just the face of the bat. It runs through South Africa Invitation 11, CSA Invitation 11, all out for 289. The England Lions making quite haste this morning, picking up the final 2 wickets.
Yeah, 2 wickets in the 1 over for Laws, and as Zaire said, the CSA Invitational side scoring under 300 runs. There we see the scorecard for South Africa. Herman, Jordan Herman, just a first baller for him, and Lesego Senokwane pick up the batters here with 79, and Sinekashile as well with a well played 70-73, where we see 73, and Richard Seletswane not out on 30. So, what would you say about the performance of the batters of the CSA Invitational side?
I think Richard said it's Swanee firstly. He'd be a little disappointed. He would have gone to bed overnight thinking, how can he just work his way into the innings? But England, Tom Laws, he was really impressive this morning. He needed just 4 balls to wrap up the remaining 2 wickets. Got good contributions also from Zaman Akhtar, the Gloucester fast bowler. He picked up 3 for 51, and Coles and also Farhan Ahmed and Dan Mosley also getting amongst the wickets, as England now will want to come out and bat and really bat for a long period. Yeah, that's the scorecard. That's the summary scorecard. Senekwani 79, Keshile 73. Jean Duplessis also contributed 47 with the Selitswani. He's left unbeaten on 30. We'll see you in a short while for England's Lions first innings. Welcome back to the Wally Watson Oval here at Western Province Cricket Club. The SA Invitational 11. They're folding quite quickly this morning, losing their remaining two overnight batters for just the addition of 4 runs to the total. Bowled out for 289. Tom Laws, he was really impressive this morning. He picked up a couple, finished with 4 for 38 for the England Lions. And it is now the chance of the visitors to have a reply. Alongside me, my name is Zahid Adams, and alongside me, Nathan Gogela.
Hi, good day to all the viewers, and good day, Zahid. Zahid, 2 wickets, quick wickets for CSA Invitational. Now's the time for the English side to see what they can do here. And the Swart with ball in hand got a bit of experience playing for the Proteas in New Zealand earlier this year.
Ruin the Swart, he'll take the new ball for the Invitation 11. Starts well, the opening batters for the England Lions, Ben McKinney and Freddie McCann. The Swart, he's quite an experienced all-rounder, plays for the Northwest Dragons, has had a good season thus far with both bat and ball for the Dragons in the CSA 4-day first-class competition. Immediately she wraps it on the pads, and England are underway with a leg bye.
There we see a signal there from the umpire. So Dumo is also a commentator as of for Supersport and the Kosa section. And you can see that angle coming from Ruben de Swart, coming from right and swinging back onto the pads of the left-hand batter. Looks like it's both left-hand batters here for England to start off here.
Really favourable conditions for seam bowling. It's weather, as we know, Cape Town changes overnight. It was a scorcher, belter down in the Western Cape yesterday. And today the clouds have just come over just to offer the bowlers a little better. And immediately hits the splice, does the Swart.
Good bowling here from de Swart, the first over here for CSA Invitational. Again, is that angle coming right onto the pads of the left-hand batter. So a good start this for CSA Invitational.
Apologies, Freddie McKinney and James Roux. They are the England Lions opening batters. Once again, asking early questions is Ruan de Swart.
That angle does seem to be troubling the left-hand batters. Fortunately, there are both left-hand batters out there for England.
James Roux, the more experienced of the two, just 20 years old, but has already played 40 first-class games. The young left-hander has over 2,305 runs, top score of 221, an average of 41. So certainly someone with plenty of potential that the England head coach, Brendan Baz McCullum, will have a look at on this tour. Quite an attacking field, two slips in the gully and a short leg. Well left there by Roux. De Swart just hitting a good length early on.
I do like that option of bringing that short leg into play, so especially with that angle from de Swart. But a good leave indeed there from McKinney. And I'm pretty sure Baz will be taking close eye on proceedings in this 4-day fixture.
Easy play to point, there'll be no run. It's a good start there by Ruan de Swart. At the end of the first over, England Lions 2 for no wicket.
I mean, Zaid, we spoke about, before proceedings today, we spoke about players starting to play first-class cricket at a young age. Players tend to tour, and then obviously the youngsters need to step up and playing in the first-class games in England.
That's the advantage of having Division 1 and Division 2. Plenty of teams to have an opportunity where the majority of these youngsters have played for England under 19 and really get opportunities at a very early age for their counties. James Rue, the Somerset left-hander.
And now it will be Cody Yusuf on the other end. The Lions opening bowler.
And Cody just overstepping there, first up, and to add insult to injury, it's neatly whooped away for the first boundary of the England Lions innings.
Yeah, poor start this far from Yusuf. Definitely not. He would like to start off with a no ball and 4 runs. There we see no ball being called and clipped off the pads down towards deep square for 4 runs.
And that's the second no ball there by Yusuf. So just early little troubles here by the, you want to say Lion seamer, but it's obviously the England Lions, and Cody playing for SA Invitational today. Just a little problem with his run up at the moment, just needing to probably just take a few steps again and get the tape measure out and just check, because he's gone over on both occasions.
Yeah, 2 consecutive no balls here for Cody. Let's see if he does manage to get it right.
And he certainly gets it right. The no balls are a thing of the past, and so is Freddie McKinley. He's been trapped RBW for North. The South African Invitational, they have struck.
Good ball there from Cody Yusuf, nice and full delivery, and it was definitely plumb. And the umpire, no hesitation whatsoever, and gives it out.
Pitching in line, heading middle, and immediately success for Cody Yusuf. His first legal delivery, and he's got a wicket.
And we've seen this couple of times before with Marku Jansen as well. No ball wicket, no ball wicket. And Cody Yusuf, I knew it, there was something coming here for the young lad from the Lions.
Cody Yusuf, nice rhythmic action. The important part was he kept his foot behind the line.
Definitely indeed, Saeed. Definitely indeed.
New batter for the England Lions is Hamza Sheikh. We saw him last year, at least at the beginning of the year, in South Africa with the England Under-19 World Cup squad. A really impressive talent is Hamza Sheikh. And he walks to the crease early on after Cody Yusuf strikes. And the Warwickshire batter, he'll want to settle in very early.
Yeah, Sheikh, another one of those young talents, given the opportunity to represent the England Lions. As Zaid alluded to, he was here beginning of the year with the Under-19s World Cup, and did fairly well there, and now getting an opportunity against a few up-and-coming in the domestic scene in South Africa.
Big opportunity here for Sheikh. It's tough conditions here in Cape Town this morning. And Cody Yusuf, he's steaming in here. His captain has given him the full support. There's a ring of fielders behind the wicket, 3 slips a gully. And Cody Yusuf, he's certainly got his tail up.
Yeah, the first inning is going to be very important now for England Lions. Definitely don't want to lose too many wickets, especially with overcast conditions.
Just have another look at the first delivery too. Sheikh from Yusuf on the money. Once again, and it looks like Sheikh, he's put that one into his own toe. That's painful at the best of times.
Definitely leave a bruise on that foot. Maybe the physio will give him a light massage later this evening, a bit of ice. Definitely do not want to get one of those there. You see, he's just limping off on that one.
It's a really promising start here by the South African fast bowlers. Ruan de Swart, he was on the money in his first over as well. Cody Yusuf struggled with a couple of no balls, but hit back brilliantly with the wicket. Off the mark. Looking for 3. And that's good running by the England Lions.
Unfortunately, just a bit of a misfield. Fielder standing there at mid-off. And they managed to come back for 3 runs there. Beautiful full pitch delivery there from Yusuf. And Sheikh definitely not missing out. Just 2 more legitimate deliveries remaining in the second over.
That's just turned away neatly on the leg side by James Rue. Just too straight by Cody Yusuf, and they'll pick up another 3. All the England Lions batters.
Yeah, good running there from between Raw and Sheikh. Managed to get 3 runs again.
Yusuf's clearly more comfortable against the right-hander. Just needing to adjust his lines a little bit to the left-hander. James Rue.
Does tend to disrupt your line if you having to change your line to right-hander to left-hander.
Unfortunately, that's another no ball there by Cody Yusuf. It's the 3rd one of the over.
Hopefully he comes back strong and gets a wicket here. We've been seeing this before.
It's been a very interesting over. 14 runs from it already. 3 no balls, a wicket, and a couple of 3s and a boundary. So lots happening in this Cody Yusuf first over. That's a much better comeback by Yusuf. That's the end of the second over. Successful one, an eventful one on all fronts. England Lions 16 for 1.
Yeah, 14 runs in that over, Zaid. Definitely not what Cody wanted, and especially not in his first over. Just looking at the over conditions, bit of wind starting to come about. We've seen a bit of movement from both the bowlers, in de Swart and Yusuf.
Through in de Swart again, heel charging in from this commentator's end. Just the 2 slips in the gully. Seems to be a ploy on the leg side with a mid wicket and a short leg. Neatly pushed into the covers though by Roo. He moves into double figures. Does the Somerset left-hander.
Yeah, the right-hand, left-hand combination out there at the moment. Let's see how it does. If de Swart does tend to change his line, having to pull to the left-hand and right-hand batter out there for England in Lions.
Solid forward defensive by Hamza Sheikh.
Doesn't seem to be limping anymore, so tough young lad. Copped one on the foot in the previous over off the bowling of Yusuf. And so far, de Swart, just 2 runs conceded in his over and a bit.
Swart certainly setting into a good line and length here. He would have learned plenty on that tour of New Zealand. Got the opportunity with all the best Betway SA20 contracted players not available, and suddenly finds himself with a call-up to play Test cricket in New Zealand against the likes of Kane Williamson, Tom Latham, and he certainly did very well in New Zealand. Picked up a five-wicket haul in one of the innings, so would certainly have benefit from that experience and that exposure. And he's come back for the Dragons, and with bat and ball, particularly in that opening game against the Warriors down in Quebec at St. George's Park, literally single-handedly saved the Dragons from defeat on the final day. Not much pace in the wicket, just double bouncing there too. The captain and wicketkeeper Keshile, he batted really nicely yesterday, Nathan.
Definitely the captain of the CSA Invitational 11. Scored a 70-73, if I'm not mistaken, for the side. Quick early wickets from the CSA Invitational. That first ball duck from Jordan Herman.
Oh, what a delightful delivery from Ruan Raswa. He just runs away because that was a Jaffa. Brings to the end. Beautiful end to the third over.
There we see that delivery from the Swart again. Ball shaping away from the right-hand batter. Good starts this far from the Swart. Just 2 runs conceded in his 2 overs. The Swart had played the Coke Week and Craven Week in that same year, Saeed.
We do know somebody down in the Western Cape with similar skills on both fronts. Riley Norton.
From Paul Roos.
Paul Roos captain. He was also the Western Province Craven Week captain. Unfortunately, though, for cricket, he's chosen the oval ball game. He's contracted to Western Province Rugby, so he will not be in the Boland cricket at the Kai Majola Week later this year. Just gets a run down there off the outside edge. Tatuka giving chase. Riley Norton, actually a teammate of one of the SA Invitational players, Richard Seletswani. They played together in that World Cup earlier this year, where Kwena Mapaka, he made his name. What a spell by the youngster last night. Clocked 152. Nathan, just 18 years old.
18 years old, bowling over 150 is quite impressive, Zaid. Let's hope if he can maintain that pace for a long period of time.
It's good fielding there at short leg. There's actually somebody walking around the boundary at the moment. England fast bowler Mark Wood, he definitely ramps it up to 150 Ks per hour. He hurries them. I remember a particular spell at St. George's Park where Mark Wood really gave Zubair Hamza the hurry up, pushed him back. It's good fielding in the gully.
Thickish outside edge and great fielding. Man standing at slips cordon.
Don't want to put the mockers in him. It looks like Cody Yusuf has managed to sort his run up out now. Hasn't overstepped yet. 3 no balls in that first over. That's up in the air. There's a big chase. But nobody will get there as it falls safely. But it's good fielding on the boundary by Jordan Herman. Saves a couple of runs.
Oh, that ball was in the air for quite some time and unfortunately falls short. But good fielding indeed there by Herman.
James Rue was not in control at all. The outside edge just flying over the slip cordon.
You spoke about the pedigree in this English management. We've got Mark Wood. We even got
that's a wild ball there by Cody Yusuf. Mark Wood's actually over in South Africa as part of his rehab, just working with none other than Proteas legend Dale Steyn, who's been roped into the England Lions camp just for this summer tour. So Mark Wood just going through his paces, getting ready for the international season.
We even got, in terms of management, we even got Freddie Flintoff, the assistant coach here for England Lions as well.
You've got Freddie Flintoff, you've got Graham Swan, he's out here as the spin bowling coach. So quite a list. Cody Yusuf really settling into his work here nicely. Brings us to the end of the 4th over. England 21 for 1.
Yeah, good better return here from Cody Yusuf, struggling that first over for going for 14. And now just troubling the batters out there, especially Roo, the left-hand batter. And 21 runs off 4 overs with that 1 wicket. Coming off the bowling of Yusuf.
The South African team is certainly wanting to use the over conditions to their advantage. We saw England Lions earlier this morning through Tom Laws making haste in wrapping up that South African tail, Invitational 11 tail. 2 wickets in 4 balls. Neatly clipped away, but good fielding there at mid-on.
Yeah, full pitch delivery to start off from the Swat. And Sheikh just driving it down towards mid-on for no run. Good fielding.
Hamza Sheikh, of course, very risky. He'll anything on his pads, he'll look to flick away. Much in the mould of the great Hashim Amla. Did that find the outside edge? Another beauty by Ruan de Swart. Kashile just not able to hold on behind the stumps.
Just looking at the reactions there, it looks like there was an outside edge. And unfortunately, Kashile not to be.
De Swart hitting that beautiful length, and certainly might just have flicked the back leg though.
But good fielding, or good stop there from the captain, keeper, Kashile.
That's beautifully driven down the ground. The outfield just a little bit slow this morning, and allows Selitswani to hold it in for a couple as Sheikh, he moves on.
Now we see De Swart bowling more fuller deliveries now. And Sheikh definitely not missing out, just driving around down towards behind De Swart's end for 2.
First short pitch delivery seen of the morning. De Swart just pulling back his length a little bit after being driven down the ground.
Yeah, I like the variety here from De Swart, just asking questions of the batters. Troubled the batters in that first over with the left-hand batters of England.
And that, as we said, beautiful wrist by Hamza Sheikh. It'll run away for another boundary. Can't be pitching on Sheikh's pads. He'll dismiss it every day of the week.
Yeah, beautiful on drive there from Sheikh. There is that slope on the leg side. But beautiful drive indeed there from Hamza Sheikh.
Said that he's got really good wrists, and just searching a little bit. He's Ruan de Swart at the moment. He's bowled a few jaffers But in this over, it's just gone a little bit full. That brings us to the end of the 5th over. England Lions are 27 for 1. The England Lions, they are here courtesy of Sports Tours, who've been responsible bringing this match to fruition by making the travel and logistics arrangements. Sports Tours enable schools, clubs and international teams to train, compete and experience all sports, not just cricket, at some of the best facilities worldwide. www.sportsatours.com.
Beautiful delivery there from Yusuf. Short pitch delivery. Just beating that outside edge. At Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, we bring expertise to the realm of sports, tourism and events. From hosting international tournaments to managing team logistics, we excel in delivering seamless, high-impact sporting experiences for athletes, fans and organisers. From Sisonke Travels.
Just a little bit of a waft outside the off stump by James Rue. You want to be a little bit more tighter here. There's a ring of fielders just waiting for the edge.
Oh, just looking at the delivery again, beating it outside again. Rue's just flirting with that line a bit. Needs to be very careful. We've seen a couple of edges off that previous over from Yusuf.
Really impressed by Cody Yusuf's development over the last couple of years. Hails from Florida in Johannesburg. Plays for the local club, Dalfos Cricket Club, and got an opportunity with the Paul Royals in the Betway SA20. Bowled the first ball of the new competition a couple of seasons ago down at Newlands. And since then has really just taken his game to the next level, having worked with the likes of Shane Bond. Former New Zealand fast bowler, and was always quite a shy and introverted individual, but having that experience and playing in front of a packed house in Newlands on a regular basis and also going around the country just gave him the confidence to really take his game to the next level, and has been a vital member of the Lions team and winning a couple of trophies, 4-day trophies, 1-day cups, and then playing for SAA and also the emerging 11. Neatly tucked away though by James Rue. You pick up a couple.
Yeah, beautiful drive there from Rue. Finally finds the bat onto the ball there. We haven't seen too many drives this morning thus far, especially on the offside, Zahir.
Certainly, I think that'll be put away in the locker room for the moment. Conditions certainly not favouring big booming cover drives. The overhead conditions and ring of fielders waiting for that edge. And South African bowlers have bowled really well. There have been a couple of freebies in between, but in general it's been a good spell by Yusuf and to Swat as we come to the end of the 6th over. England Lions 29 for 1.
Yeah, better return here from Yusuf. First over, a couple of no balls and getting that wicket straight after bowling 2 consecutive no balls. But since then, it's all been the CSA Invitational side. The Swat bowling his 4th over here.
I'm just looking to be really compact, because we know if it just drifts onto the pads, that's when the risks come into play. He tucked a couple away in the last over. So the Swat He'll just want to be a little bit further outside the off stump.
There's a bit of shape of movement away from the right-hander, especially for the bowling of De Swart.
And that's a big appeal, that's a big appeal. Umpire just feeling a little bit, must have been just a little bit too high, but the South Africans, and it's gone for 4 byes while the South Africans standing with hands on hips, but while that was happening, ball was thrown to the non-striker's end and wasn't dead, and went for 5 byes.
There we see a delivery again, perhaps just outside off, but
that looks fairly adjacent, Nathan. I thought height might have come into the equation, but that looked fairly adjacent there from Ruan de Swart.
The umpire Sotumo definitely disagree with you, Zaid.
He has already, and only his decision matters. As we have another look. That does look very adjacent. Ruan de Swart really getting into his work here. Can feel rather unlucky that he wasn't able to pick up the wicket of Hamza Sheikh.
Yeah, he looked a bit surprised there. De Swart was having a big stare down with Sotumo, the umpire. Perhaps just outside the line, in fact just outside the line, but Zaid, you seem to say otherwise, adjacent.
Ruan de Swart really asking a few questions here from Hamza Sheikh early on in his innings.
Good leave there from Sheikh, understands the pitch conditions. There is a bit of a grass covering. We're going to have a quick look this early this morning, Zaid. Bit of a grass covering, especially towards the middle section of the pitch.
Meaty play, just right in the bounces, Hamza Sheikh.
Yeah, punched off the back foot there, shorter delivery there from De Swart. Looks like they do have around the back there. Just pretty sure that England Lions do want to make sure they don't lose any wickets, especially overcast conditions. We saw in the previous innings, CSA Invitational, losing quick wickets, 2 wickets in that first over of today's play.
Once again, just a stifled appeal. Ruan de Swart, he has certainly asked plenty of questions of Hamza Sheikh's technique at the moment.
There we see that delivery again from De Swart. Pitching just outside the line off stump. And Sheikh missing out on that one. For defensive. Needs to be very careful not to find that outside edge.
And that one just jags back to bring us to the end of the 7th over. Maiden over by Ruan de Swart. England Lions 29 for 1.
Yeah, De Swart finding his feet here. It's 8 runs in his 4 overs. It's nice to finally see Yusuf complimenting De Swart on the other end as well. Just applying pressure back onto the England Lions players. There we see that last delivery again. And a great leave. Yeah, De Swart very animated at the moment.
Cody Yusuf, he'll want to maintain the pressure. That's Ruan de Swart. And that's a beautiful short delivery. Unfortunately, won't count again because that's Cody Yusuf's 4th no ball.
That is very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. There was an edge. And unfortunately, finally, it was a no ball there from Yusuf again. 4 no balls this far, Zaid, for Cody Yusuf.
It's absolutely criminal. Said it before, I find it bemusing that, and it's not just Cody Yusuf, we've seen it in the CSA first class competition as well. The same bowlers who play white ball cricket, whether it's T20 or one-day cricket, hardly overstep because they know they'll face the penalty of a free hit. But for some reason in red ball cricket, where you need to take 20 wickets.
There we see that delivery again. That ball just riding up a bit and it finds it outside edge, but unfortunately it was a no ball.
And that's yet another one, so that's now becoming a real problem for Cody Yusuf and the CSA Invitational 11. It's the 5th one of his spell, and it's just into his, not even in, deep into his 4th over as yet.
So we've seen what happened after he bowled 2 no balls in his first over. There was a wicket, so never know what could happen.
I don't think that's how you want to play with Mother Cricket, eh, Nathan? I think the worst thing that could possibly happen is if he does find the outside edge and he looks back and he sees the umpire's arm stretched out.
Looks like he's bowling around the wicket this time.
And that is, you've called it, Nathan Gagera. 2 no balls. That seems to be the policy. And he gets a wicket. James Rue, outside edge, straight into the gully. England Lions, they lose their 2nd.
I did call it, Zaid. 2 no balls and a wicket. Did it in his first over. There, just a change of line. Bowling around the wicket for the left-hand batter. And finding that outside edge and good catch there in the slip cordon. And that's 2 wickets down now for England Lions. 37 for 2.
It's been a mixed bag from Cody Yusuf, but when he's got it right, he's got it absolutely spot on. And he's got 2 wickets, both the England Lions wickets to fall this morning.
In his 4th over here, Cody Yusuf going for 24 runs, Zaid. But that most important part, or most important section, is that 2 wickets, crucial wickets, early in the day 2. And now we see the new batter out there, James Cole. James Cole's for the England Lions.
James Cole, the Sussex top order batter, he walks to the crease after Cody Yusuf. It's been, to say the least, a little bit indifferent from Cody Yusuf. 5 no balls already in that spell. But as luck would have it, he's got picked up 2 wickets immediately after a couple of no balls. So James Coles, he walks to the crease.
So now we've got 2 right-hand batters out there at the moment for the England Lions.
Immediately Yusuf just has a little bit of extra energy.
Hitting the pitch hard there, Yusuf. And another short pitch delivery. Just asking questions of the new batter out there, Coles.
Certainly bowling with a nice little breeze at his back now is Cody Yusuf. Just come up a little bit here at the Wally Watson Oval. Cole's just edging it into the gully. There's a ring of fielders waiting for any chance. 3 slips, gully, second gully, and a point field as we just have another look at the dismissal of James Rue, just rising up on the left-hander from around the wicket. The change of angle proving to be successful.
Yeah, good choice there for Cody Yusuf to bowl around the wicket for the left-hand batter. I like this line and length that Cody Yusuf has been bowling this far, but the no ball's definitely not what is needed from here from Yusuf.
He's obviously gone back to over the wicket to the right hand. It seems that's where he's having a little bit of a problem. Just went, as he walked back, just looked down at the crease again, wiped it a little bit, so that is proving to be a problem for Cody Yusuf. Squares him up there to bring us to the end of the 8th over. England Lions 37 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful bowling there from Cody Yusuf. There is 7 runs in 8 overs this far, 2 wickets. Would you say that CSA Invitational will be very happy at the moment, losing two wickets?
I think they would obviously have wanted to add a bit more this morning. Unfortunately, just the 1 boundary. But both the Swat and Yusuf have come out nicely with the new ball. The Swat, I think he's actually been the better of the 2 and been fairly unlucky thus far not to pick up a wicket.
I don't think he's on the right question they use.
Certainly looking to square up Hamza Sheikh. Is Ruan Swat. Seen him big LBW appeal in the previous over, also finding the edge that just fell short of Keshile.
Yeah, so 2 more umpires. Just having a quick word here for the Swat. Is perhaps is flirting with that line.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Hamza just working out exactly where his off stump is and what he's able to leave.
Again, Sheikh just understanding the conditions out there at the moment. Just trusting the bounce and leaving that one just going over the wicket.
Hamza not able to find the gap. You can see his frustration. Over pitched by the Swat. He's bunted a couple down the ground already.
Yeah, full pitch delivery now from the Swat. And going towards middle for dot ball. Like the variation here from the Swat. Running it short and the odd delivery will be nice and full.
Well left again by Sheikh.
Yeah, Sheikh now understanding things out there. Just good leave, short pitch delivery.
Sheikh will realize that this is the Swat's 5th over. It's unlikely that he'll come back for another one. So just wanting to see the new ball bowler off here. Without taking any undue risks.
So here we haven't seen any fielder warm up this far. So perhaps the Swat maybe in one more over perhaps.
I think would be in the interest of the CSA Invitation 11 to just extend the Swat's run for just in the hope that he can get some success, because has been really good. And that's the appeal once again. And this occasion, Abongile Sedumo, he takes his time, but eventually does raise his finger. Ruan de Swart, he gets his just reward.
Finally, Ruan de Swart gets that crucial wicket of a Sheikh. Has been appealing for days, and finally Sedumo does lift up that hand. Now 3 wickets down, 37 for 3.
Certainly de Swart very much deserving of that. I'm just Sheikh scalp. He has been hitting an area just on the off stump all the time. And this occasion gets the reward that he's been looking for.
Mac is on air. Now, I was going to ask, would you give de Swart another over to? I mean, you've seen
Not
so
going
much
to
success.
get the ball out of his hand now. Now that he's got the one.
I did mention it, Zaid. I did mention it. Perhaps just give him one more over. I mean, we saw in that previous delivery getting that crucial wicket of Hamza Sheikh.
It's been a really good opening spell here by the South African new ball bowlers. They have been guilty, particularly Cody Yusuf, of overstepping on a few occasions, but the wickets have fallen. Looks like we've got a change of bowling from the Weinberg end. It's Corbin Bosch, the Titans all-rounder. He takes over from Cody Yusuf, who seems just to be walking off the field for the moment.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch definitely be hitting the pitch quite hard. Quite a lanky figure, Corbin Bosch. Of course, a brother of Ethan Bosch.
Corbin Bosch, one of the quicker bowlers around the country. He's been certainly ramping up the speed gun for the Titans in the first class competition. Proteas test coach Shukri Conrad actually inquired by the Titans bowling coach Albie Morkel about just how he's faring. And that's just a little bit short, and it's almost cued to just into mid-on.
And short pitch delivery pulled. Didn't really time it well there, Coles. And now it brings on the new batter out there, Dan Mosley. 2 fairly new batters out there. Certainly Mosley yet to face a delivery. Now that brings on another left-hand batter, Mosley. Mosley getting that 1 wicket in that first innings. Corbin Bosch just sticking to bowling over the wicket.
Sticking to over the wicket, unlike Yusuf, who went around the wicket immediate to the left-hander. Dan Mosley, he'll face a stern battle here this morning at the Wally Watson Oval.
Back of the length delivery there from Bosch. Just Mosley just jumping up and down there, and not successful.
That's good areas from Bosch. He's settled into his work nicely.
Now that's definitely the line we would want to hit. Pitching nice and straight for the left-hand batter, especially a new batter out there. Mosley does bring in that, the slip cordon into play.
That's a beautiful delivery from Corbin Bosch. Another coat of varnish and Dan Mosley would have been on his way.
That was so close there. We see that delivery again from Corbin Bosch. And just missing that top of off stump. Dan Mosley found himself very lucky there not to be gone. So again, they're trusting that bounce off the surface.
Entire CSA Invitation 11 slipcourt had their hands on their heads. Corbin Bosch has come on and immediately hit his straps. That is the end of the 10th over as England Lions are 38 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling this far from Corbin Bosch. Brought nearly an outside edge in that final delivery. It looks like they will be taking a drinks break here. 38 for 3 after 10.
Remember that the England Lions side, the tour of South Africa, made possible by Sporta Tours, who are responsible for bringing this match to fruition by making the travel and logistic arrangements. And also, Sporta Tours enable schools, clubs and international teams to train, compete and experience all sports, not just cricket, at some of the best facilities worldwide. www.sportatours.com. That is the score. Drinks, England Lions 38 for 3. Cody Yusuf and also Corbin Bosch, at least Ruan de Swart, they've been the successful bowlers for South African Invitation 11. We'll see you in a short bit.
You must say that we're on.
Welcome back to the Wally Watson Oval. It is the CSA Invitation 11 who hold the aces here this morning. Picked up 3 wickets already in that first hour. And Ruan de Swart, he picked up his first scalp in his previous over, so he's certainly not letting go of the ball.
Yeah, Zahir, I did mention that I might give him another opportunity for the SWAT.
Certainly been thereabouts outside that off stump from the outset. Troubled Hamza Sheikh quite a bit, had a big appeal, LBW appeal turned down. And then the second one, Abagile Sidomo Heath, the slow finger of death, just came out, and Hamza Sheikh was on his way.
Yeah, the SWAT, fortunately enough, getting at his reward there. So many appeals, IBW appeals, and finally Sidomo does lift up that finger.
England batters, they all just want to get through this period. Coles, he's just walked to the crease. He knows that as the day progresses, it'll only get better for batting. The wind will come up and blow away the clouds. The wicket will bake under the sun and just get a lot better. So just try and guts it out through this testing period. Almost chipping it straight to the short mid wicket there. Yeah. Oh, and the SWAT has certainly bowled with plenty of energy this morning.
Yeah, I did mention that it's going to be crucial, especially in the first session, especially in overcast conditions, getting through that first session. But it doesn't really help the cause. If you have 2 wickets down, just for only 30 odd runs here for England Lions,
thought he saw the short ball, but as you've seen on a few occasions, the wicket just not as quick as the batters have thought it could possibly be, and he was through the shot before the time already.
Coles didn't really time that one, and unfortunately copping one on the rib section. There we see that delivery again, short-ish delivery, and unfortunately not to be there for Coles. He's definitely missing out.
SWAT, as with Sheikh just zoning in on that off stump, wanting to just nip it back just a little bit, just enough to get through the defenses to hit the pads. So the plan is certainly visible from Ruan de SWAT.
Yeah, the sun is starting to bake Zaid at the moment to dry up the surface. There was overnight rain here in Rondebosch, this Provs Cricket Club. So nice to see a bit of sun here at Rondebosch.
The mountain also starting to make a bit of an appearance. So that's another maiden over there by Ruan de SWAT. England Lions 38 for 3.
Yeah, good start here after the drinks break for the CSA Invitational 11. 38 runs for 3. And it will be Corbin Bosch coming back for his second over.
It's really impressive in that opening over. He ran in with plenty of pace, went past the off stump.
The Titans bowler, seam bowler Corbin Bosch, of course the brother of Ethan.
They brought in another catching fielder, have the South Africans. And that leaves the vacant cover area to run away for a couple.
Yeah.
Dan Mosley, he gets going.
Finally gets off the mark there, the left-hand batter Mosley. Corbin Bosch is enticing that drive, and Mosley definitely not missing out to see the outer field tend to be very slow there at the moment, just going for 2 runs, not able to reach the boundary.
I don't think Cohen Bosch will be too disappointed with that. He's literally brought the cover field out into a second gully, enticing the drive and just hoping that one just holds up a little bit or bounces a little bit more and finds the outside edge.
If you tend to bowl fuller and just again enticing that drive, does bring in the slip cordon, but again you do open up the cover region.
Just a little bit too full there from Bosch, looking for the Yorker. The South Africans, they can be pleased with their work this morning. The innings coming to an abrupt halt, but they've picked up 3 crucial wickets already.
Yeah, 3 crucial wickets, especially in this first session of day 2. CSA Invitational just scoring just shy under 300. Bit of an inside edge there from Mosley. Those short-ish deliveries of off the bowling of Corbin Bosch seem to be troubling the batters out there at the moment, Zahid.
Absolutely. All the South African bowlers, when they've got it right, they've been really good. Obviously, Gody Yusuf, he was struggling a little bit with the no balls, but it's worked in his favour. Every time he's bowled 2, he picked up a wicket. Certainly Corbin Bosch, as we said earlier, has been on the radar of Proteas test coach Shukri Conrad, possibly with the likes of Jeru Kutsi on the sidelines and Nandre Berger, just to search for some extra pace.
Perhaps bring on Cody Yusuf on the other end to replace De Swart, bowl 2 no balls and then get a wicket. Maybe that could be the plan, Zahid.
And that's the edge that the South Africans are asking for, but they will not get a positive reply. Dan Mosley, he just looks down, makes his mark, and survives the appeal. So Corbin Bosch, end of the over, the 12th over, 40 for 3. They went up for a bigger, caught behind appeal, but the umpires ruling that there was no edge. And
that's very interesting, Zahid. I did hear an edge there. I did hear sound, let me put it that way. I did hear sound, and unfortunately not to be for Bosch.
Looks like there will be a change of bowling here. From the commentary in, Tabile Hlatuka. He looks to be steaming in. The man from the Eastern Cape region that plays for the Inyati down at Buffalo Park. Nice little product from the University of Fort Hare. Also attended Dale College and was part of the Alice Sports Hub program.
Yeah, someone that he's mentored Hlatuka was former Protea and commentator for Nekongam.
Starts with a nice little half volley that's pushed into the covers neatly by Coles.
Now, beautiful fielding there. Man standing at extra cover. Just cutting it down to a single.
Kluka, he'll be certainly excited to get the ball in his hand, but his job will be to look to maintain the pressure that Ruan de Swart created from this end.
Do you know, it's nice to see Division 2 players getting opportunities, Zahid. We saw John du Plessis performing very well in the previous season. Now promoted to the Division 1 and now gets opportunity with his national call-ups, emerging sides.
Tuka certainly comes from good stock at Dale College. Obviously the alma mater of Mackay and Ntini, the Proteas legend. 390 test wickets. The Mandingi Express picked up in his test career. So certainly good stock there from the fields of the Eastern Cape. And that is dispatched over our heads here on the commentary end, over the side screen for the first maximum of the day. Beautifully done by Mosley.
Yeah, beautiful done by Mosley indeed. Shimmy down the wicket there from Mosley and lofted over the bowler's head, over the side screens for the first maximum of the day. Definitely get a lot of confidence out of that to Mosley. Are we playing some T20 cricket here or some baseball, Zaid?
Certainly, I thought we might see it a lot earlier, because we do know that's how these English cricketers want to play. And it's certainly the mantra right from the top, from Baz McCullum and Ben Stokes. That is the way they want to play the cricket. That's a good comeback by Tuka, finding the outside edge.
Bring across the line there, Mosley, and find that outside edge. Ball going towards point region. Better return here from Tuka. Just 2 more deliveries remaining in this over.
It's good to show that Ntuka, he hasn't been ruffled by being dispatched over his head. It's always the next ball that's the most important one. And even better. That's a really good comeback by the Inyati fast bowler.
Yeah, good line and length there from Tuka, just beating the outside edge of Mosley's bat. There we see that replay again. Full pitch delivery, step forward, unfortunately not finding that outside edge. Sheila just with a light appeal, the captain of the CSA Invitational.
That brings us to the end of the 30s over England Lions, 47 to 3.
Zaid, you spoke about the baseball cricket. Obviously, currently the national team of England are utilising that quite a lot. Very aggressive batting. And could we expect something more similar to that with the approach of this England Lions side?
I think someone like Dan Mosley in particular, he's been part of the England setup, played a couple of ODIs and also T20s. That'll run away. And it's beautifully hauled in, just on the edge of the boundary.
Fielded there, Jordan Herman, down that slope. Managed to cut it down just for 2, certainly saving 2 runs.
Just back to the Dan Mosley. He's part of the England side that was on the recent tour, we see the white ball tour, and he would have been open to. And that's a wicket. Corbin Bosch, he strikes and goes. He chops it on, and England Lions, they lose their 4th wicket.
Yeah, unfortunately, Colsey just dragging it back onto the stumps there. Corbin Bosch, his 1st wicket, and that's the 49 for 4.
So South Africans, they keep on picking wickets. Good areas outside the off stump, and Coles just chops it on. And Bosch, he's got his 1st wicket.
Yeah, 4 wickets in this first session, Zaid. Tails are wagging at the moment for the CSA Invitational side.
South Africans.
Dan Mosley still out there at the moment. You spoke about Dan Mosley playing a bit of baseball cricket and being part of that English setup.
Absolutely, he's the most experienced player of the Warwickshire batter, part of that young up-and-coming bunch down at the Bears along with Jacob Bethel. Very, very promising. Bethel, he's just superseded this England Lions squad. He's part of the full test squad and also the one days there in New Zealand. But Dan Mosley, he's certainly the other half of that talented pair down at Edgbaston. So you feel that plenty will rest on his shoulders.
New batter, just again, bit of an inside edge to short leg. Good start here from Corbin Bosch. Just two, and that wicket in this over.
And that has been neatly put away on the leg side. Corbin Bosch just straying onto middle stump and immediately tucked away for a rare English boundary.
Yeah, beautiful shot. That one just going down towards the leg side and clipped towards on the new batter out there for 4 runs.
And Corbin Bosch, he's gone straight through. He gets another wicket. So South Africans on fire.
CSA Invitational fire out there at the moment. 5 wickets down now. England Lions, they are in trouble here at the moment. Finding that top off stump, off the bowling of Corbin Bosch. And unfortunately, after getting that boundary, has to depart just for 4 runs. There we see that delivery again, pitching this outside off and just missing that line and clipping a top off stump. Another wicket goes down now for England Lions.
I heard a call in the slip Gordon saying 50 for 5. That's what the South Africans wanted, and that's what they've got. Corbin Bosch, he certainly delivered with 2 strikes in this over, knocking over the timber.
Some happy faces out there at the moment for the CSA Invitational side. Sheila looking to be very relaxed here at the moment. Just facing our direction. Captain of CSA Invitational. Yeah, the teammates shouting towards Corbin Bosch. Give us another wicket, Corby. Give us another wicket.
The South Africans have certainly made the most of the conditions. Vastly different to yesterday when the sun was baking down and it was a glorious day in Cape Town. Probably better suited for Clifton Beach than the cricket. But today it's overcast, it's seaming around, and Corbin Bosch, he has a double strike.
They're again clipping top of off. Zaida, you could have been at Clifton Beach yesterday, but you were stuck here watching the cricket.
Mate, when you love this game, that's you're fully dedicated.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful city this is, Cape Town. Got the backdrop of Table Mountain. Of course, just a bit of shadowed by the cloud cover at the moment. Beautiful beaches. Wine tours up in the Stellenbosch region and Constantiaberg. It's definitely a city that's got a lot to offer here.
I think about it. If England Lions had all these lads from the counties over there, we just saw a picture of Lord the other day. It was covered in snow. what better place down than to be in Cape Town in December?
I'm pretty sure the England Lions players will be very happy to be here in Cape Town.
I feel they might just extend
Their
their
stay.
stay after the tour. Look for a club side to play for.
I mean, there's still with the England under-19s still to come in beginning of January. Of course, will be under England under-19. We're playing against the South African under-19 side.
Good delivery there from
Ahmed. Ahmed is new back. Ahmed. Farhan Ahmed.
new batter for Herman, but he's got a job to do. But it's all been about the CSA Invitational 11 this morning. They have the England Lions on the ropes at 53 for 5 after 14 overs.
Yeah, Farhan Ahmed has been part of that national setup as well.
Thank you. You referring to his older brother, Rian Ahmed.
Just testing you, Zaid. Just testing you.
As long as you're testing me, Rian Ahmed's only 16 years old. Down at Nottinghamshire, Kent Bridge, the home of the great Jade Patterson. What a performance.
Tabega.
Jade Patterson down in the Eastern Cape, picked up his first 5-wicket haul.
Shatuka to continue.
Tuka, he's realised that Mosley is going to come charging at him, so he's just changed his length up a bit, pulled it a little bit shorter, put it back.
Yeah, smart bowling here from Shatuka. Just shimming down the wicket again from Mosley. And Shatuka just bowling a bit shorter there. We saw what happened the previous time that Mosley shimmied down the wicket, went over his head and over the side screen for 6.
I don't want to be giving away freebies. You got to wanting to keep it outside that off stump. Virtually asking Mosley to make the play.
I'm not sure if you see what I'm seeing at the moment. Mosley just stepping towards the offside a bit. Perhaps if Shatuka just pitches up, maybe bowling around the wicket might be an option. And just bringing that leg before wicket.
It's been a change in field. Richardson at Swanee, he's gone into mid-wicket. And it almost works perfectly. Just evades the mid-wicket and it will run away for boundary. But that was a little bit too close for comfort for Mosley.
Yeah, wonderful timing there from Mosley. Again, another on drive. Shatuka, full pitch delivery, bowling around over the wicket. And unfortunately, fielder standing at Murdo, not able to gather that one. Big chase, but not to be 4 runs there for Mosley.
Certainly feel that Mosley's not going to hang around here. He is going to look to target Shatuka here. Every ball just advancing down the pitch.
Seems to be dancing out there at the moment, Mosley. Shatuka.
I think he's auditioning for Dancing with the Stars.
Perhaps the Brits got talent.
That's a good comeback by Shatuka, getting it into the block.
Yeah, beautiful return here from Shatuka. Yorker. Mosley will be thinking now, should I step again or should I stick in my crease?
Oh. Almost immediate rewards there with Sinakwani going into just a short mid-wicket. But it does bring us to the end of the over, 57-5.
Shatuka found himself very unlucky there. That ball didn't stay up in the air for as long.
Corbin Bosch, he's been really impressive since he's come on, picked up a couple of wickets.
Sporta tours have been responsible for bringing this match to fruition by making the travel and logistics arrangements for the England Lions tour of South Africa. Sporta tours enable schools, clubs and international teams to train, compete and experience all sports, not just cricket, at some of the best facilities in worldwide. www.sportourtours.com.
Excellent bowling here from Corbin Bosch. He is asking all the questions here. Really enjoying the conditions, also the wind, which has picked up nicely here at the Wally Watson over at his back. Will be playing for his third Betway SA20 franchise this coming season. Started out at Paul World, moved to the Pretoria Capitals. Certainly showing that he will be an asset to any team with the ball.
Definitely. I mean, if you get the likes of the Proteas test coach asking questions of the young lad, you must know that there is potential out there from Corbin Bosch. Of course, has been on the circuit in the 4-day or first class cricket for some time now, domestically. Bit of experience under his belt.
This would be a real baptism of fire for Herman. He's only 16 years old. Has played it. He was another member of that England under-19 World Cup squad that was in South Africa earlier this year. But to face a fired-up Corbin Bosch with his tail up, that will be a real test of his credentials.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those under-19 players so far for the England Lions team. Definitely good experience for them, playing against the senior players. Some of them obviously experienced in the county season down in England.
Corbin Bosch is certainly zoning in on that timber. He's trying to get through Farhan Ahmed's defence here.
Yeah, Farhan Ahmed yet to get off the mark. Again, a bit of cloud cover just coming over.
We cannot overstate the contrast of conditions from yesterday. It was, sun was baking down. And that will be Farhan Ahmed's first runs. Managing just to push it down to past mid-on. And he gets off the mark.
Yeah, full pitch delivery there from Bosch. And that's the end of the 16 overs. 59 for 5.
Thiluka and Mosley, the battle continues. It's a really interesting field that has been set here for Hatuka. He's got Senakwani at a deep short, at least at a short mid-wicket. Toli at Madon. So Swani at mid-wicket. Really is a battle here with Mosley. His intentions are clear. He wants to really come hard at Tatuka, who has, beside the six going over his head, has really responded well. Coming back and hitting either a shortish back of a length or very, very full to keep Mosley in check. Nathan, we have seen that on a couple of occasions. The short ball, just a bit of a tennis ball bounce, and a couple of batters having to just wear away a couple on the body.
Yeah, a couple of batters out there looking to hit it towards the square side, more square, but unfortunately not to be. Looks like they're not able to read that bounce as of yet. The English batters.
That will run away for a boundary off the gloves. Mosley realizing it was dug in short, and all he needed to do was get some form of deflection and for it to run away for a much needed boundary for the England line side.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one is runs. And just looking at the delivery again, another short pitch delivery there from Slatuka. And Mosley definitely not missing out on that one. 4 runs, definitely runs that is needed here from the England Lions team. Better return here from Slatuka, full pitch delivery. Just asking questions now, Mosley. I like this battle between these two at the moment, Slatuka and Mosley. Mosley looking to take on Slatuka here. We saw that first time when Mosley shimmied down the wicket, went over our heads for a 6.
And that is Slatuka who wins the battle.
Just
no, says Sadumo. Slatuka, for all the money, thought he'd found the outside edge of Mosley. It was a good take by Kishile behind the stumps.
Zahid, I'm pretty sure I heard something there, but not to be. There we see that replay again of the bowling of Slatuka. Short pitch delivery, and Mosley survives to tell
the tale.
There we go.
Can I commentate for one over? Is that possible?
Oh God.
I'm the shape.
Afternoon everyone, this is me. Just got shinned but come back to commentate. What's your name?
Zahid.
It's down the
So we've got Hamza Sheikh, the England batter. He just ended his innings and he's come to join us. Welcome, Hamza.
Welcome, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
What's Cape Town been like?
Yeah, it's been really good. Nice to have the sun and the blue sky. Yeah, get away from England, freezing weather.
Much better than Benoni earlier this year?
Yeah, that was pretty dead, but it's nice to be somewhere here that's pretty active, so it's good, it's nice.
Oh, that's still at Swanage. Getting a hand onto it.
It's a good effort, that. Plays 1 to England here.
What's the tour been like thus far? You've been out in the ones a little bit as well?
Yeah, the tour's been good. A lot of training, a lot of practice games, but it's been good to kind of have a game towards the end of the tour, just get a bit of game time and then kind of enjoy Christmas off.
Have you roped in a few Saffers there in Dale Stan and Neil McKenzie? What they've been like in the camp?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable to have them, especially people that played at the highest level and been being at the world's best stage and to perform at that level and to have them round to kind of pick their knowledge has been brilliant.
The England Lions side is also quite a young side. We've got a few of the World Cup boys of earlier this year, and it's a couple of 20-year-olds. Is that must be good energy, good laughs in the camp?
Yeah, it's been good fun. I think to have people kind of similar to your ages, kind of being around them is good fun, but also shows like good potential in England as well, having like younger players come through and just having good opportunities to kind of play through to the England Lions.
So earlier you were in a little bit of a battle with Rwanda Swart, eating your pads a couple of times.
Yeah.
So what was he doing out there?
It's a good battle. I think pitch kind of a nice shot.
That's beautifully played through the covers, and a wall run away for.
Oh, that's good.
Has he got there? Has he managed to haul it in?
I think he stepped on the boundary, but it's only 3.
The bent.
No, but I think it was a good battle. Obviously, he's a good bowler. Pitch kind of in the bowler's favours. Just kind of trying to minimise how long he can do that. So hopefully, kind of for the batters coming in, it's a bit easier. But he bowled well and he got a decent one out of him. So it's kind of something to learn about and hopefully put into second innings.
We thought the RW was a bit unlucky. We thought it might have been a little bit high.
Yeah, I mean, you never know when there's no DRS. Anything could be given. You could absolutely smash one to first slip and get given not out, but it is what it is. You kind of just go, just reflect on what's happened. It's a good one for that.
Bending his back there a little bit. But Hamza, just tell us a little bit about this view, man, yesterday. What a scorcher, looking out and Table Mountain on the right-hand side.
Yeah, unbelievable. I think you look at that in the pictures and you'd be thinking, where are we here? But I think it's unbelievable to be in Cape Town. Scenery is unreal. Can't really ask for a better place than here with the weather and stuff. So, yeah, it's really enjoyed these last couple of weeks.
You from Birmingham, if I'm not mistaken?
Yep, that's right. I'm from Birmingham.
Has good old Mo told you a few places to eat out here in Cape Town?
Yeah, I called him on the first night to ask him.
Yeah, Mo and Ali, he's played a bit of club cricket down in Cape Town. Enjoys his time down here.
Yeah, he was telling me it's a lovely place. He said he knows a couple guys down here that kind of sort him out, and he told me if I kind of needed anything to let him know. So, yeah, he's been unreal. But I think
we do know he's a courier, so if you're wanting to come, we'll take you down at any time.
Yeah,
Bibbies is always available.
That'll be cool. How long till lunch here have we got?
Approaching lunch fairly soon. Just couple more overs. Stan Mosley holding the key at the moment to this innings.
Yeah, he's a proper player. I think he's playing a nice captain's not kind of just holding it, attacking at the right time and kind of holding back. I think that's the key here, to kind of put pressure on the bowlers, but at the same time knowing when to kind of absorb the pressure, which is the key thing.
Standing deep square leg at the moment.
What do you
Looks like
bump pain coming here?
A couple of short pitch deliveries. That's beautifully bowled the outside the off stump. Just goes past the edge. And what has any of the other sites you've seen around in Cape Town been to the beaches at least?
Yeah, I think a couple of lads been there, went there a couple of times. It's been good to get a bit social with the boys. Go about a couple of nights, see what's around. So yeah, it's been good. Food's been unbelievable as well, so can't really complain. Played nicely.
Looking for a couple, but there'll only be one. Just the wicket, it's been a little bit spongy.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I'd say kind of helped us yesterday in the morning a bit, where the ball was doing a bit. But I think nature of the game, it kind of gets flat as the ball gets older, comes on a bit nicer. But I think it'll be key. Like, I think South Africa kind of bowl well in these first 20 overs, I'd say, making us play, which has been challenging, but I think at the same time that's what you need on this kind of wicket, making the batters play as much as you can and you get your rewards.
Certainly feel it's a new ball wicket, particularly with the overhead conditions, because once it gets to the afternoon and the sun starts baking, you saw yesterday with Kishili and Sinakwani, it does become a little bit easier.
Yeah, it does, it does. Yeah, once you hit that 30, 40 over mark, I think that's when bowlers get really tested on how they can get batters out. That's where the plans and stuff come into play. I think the new ball a bit, you get a bit of leeway with how much a ball does, and could kind of get one to extra bounce or kind of shoot low, which helps you as a bowler. It's played nicely.
Certainly thought England were in good spirits early this morning, wrapping it up nicely. That must have been the chat last night, to wrap it up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's pretty much straightforward to go into today. Key was not, if we didn't get them 2 wickets, not to go out searching, kind of still holding our lengths and minimise the runs, but luckily in our favour it's gone. We got 2 in our first over, which is lovely.
Just what has been the messages from the management? You've got Andrew Flintoff out here, you've got Graham Swan, you've got Robert Key, all the decision makers within England cricket. What has been the message to the youngsters within the squad?
I think the biggest message is to kind of go out there, play your own game. I think that's the biggest thing. Sometimes you come to kind of these games and you get tentative on what's going to happen and focus on the outcome. But I think if you play your game, play positive cricket, I think naturally a lot of things.
It's beautifully bowled.
A lot of things kind of go your way, and that's pretty much been a message. Like play positive cricket. There'll be times where we need to attack and throw punches, and there'll be time where we need to absorb the pressure and kind of stick in there. And I think that's where the biggest kind of test comes, where you can understand the situation as quick as you can and kind of adapt to it. So it's been a message really. Like, we've had nice training camps to get into it, trained hard, bowlers and batters getting a lot of workloads in and stuff. So yeah, it's been nice to kind of play a kind of competitive game towards the end of this tour, and hopefully look forward to Australia, where we'll be after Christmas.
Oh, that's lovely, going from South Africa down to Australia. That can't get any better than that.
Yeah, that's pretty much ideal. I think 2 lovely countries, and to kind of play against 2 good oppositions as well it'll be a good test, but at the same time it'll be good fun as well.
I mean, we've seen the weather back home at the moment. That's not ideal.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good, but we're lucky to be out here, really. That's the biggest thing. Like, seeing a lot of players back home training, gymming and stuff, and it's absolutely freezing. They're putting 4 or 5 layers on then.
You got to get the thermals out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on there.
Actually, Nathan and I were speaking earlier, and we said a couple of boys might just hang around, get a club cricket deal here in Cape Town, and just stick around for a little bit longer.
Yeah, especially going back from a warm country, even like England, it feels like Antarctica. So it's ridiculous, but it's nice to be.
Bull ring not keeping you warm enough?
Sorry?
The bull ring not keeping you warm enough?
Nah, I think it's only some places you can go to keep yourself warm, but apart from that, I think it's cold wherever you go.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Lords covered in snow. There is a change of bowling, and it is just before lunch. The mandatory 1 over of spin, possibly by Skalk Engelbrecht, the Titans off spinner. He'll come into the attack.
Sure.
And immediately he's swept away for a boundary. So Mosley, he keeps ticking away. Seen Dan Mosley at Warwickshire. He's been really impressive, along with Jacob Bethel.
Yeah, them 2 have had unbelievable years, and they kind of got their rewards towards the end of the season. It kind of shows how quickly things can happen and things can go your way. So just kind of about how you go about it, and kind of not chase what you want, and I think it'll naturally come.
Certainly he is. Must be really exciting for the youngsters to see them graduate so that quickly.
Yeah, 100%. I think, especially with England now, you see like a couple lads that are like 19, 20 making their test debut. So never feels far away, but obviously the hard work and kind of performances still need to be there. But it's exciting to see young players kind of.
A couple of big shots here. Dan Moses certainly one to look forward to, and we were looking forward to seeing Jacob Bethel out here in Betway at 20 for the Paul Royals, but he's now gone on to play international cricket a lot quicker than we all thought.
Yeah.
And that is the LBW, the reverse sweep. Mosley, he doesn't seem too enamored by the decision, but he is on his way, and that's the big wicket that the CSA Invitation 11 were looking for. And looks like we will be heading off for the luncheon interval. So a brilliant session here by the CSA Invitation. If they've got 6 wickets, England Lions 72 for 5. We've had We've had Hamza Sheikh along with us. He's provided us with some of his thoughts on the tour. Thanks, Hamza, for your little time that you spent with us, and we hope to see you a couple of times again over the next.
No, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to lunch with the England Lions in all sorts of trouble here, as the CSA Invitation 11, they've struck right on the very edge of the interval. Skalk Engelbrecht, the off spinner, he got the big wicket of Dan Mosley, as the England Lions, they go to the interval at 72 for 6. We'll see you in a fair bit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Wally Watson Oval here at the Western Province Cricket Club in the picturesque surroundings of Rondebosch in Cape Town. It is the SA Invitation 11 up against the England Lions. What a first session for the hosts. The hometown boys really bowled excellently well, picked up 6 Lions wickets for just 76 runs. A really good spell. Cody Yusuf, he picked up a couple. Ruan de Swart, and also the Skalk Engelbeck, the off spinner, won just the big one of Dan Mosey just before the interval. My name is Zahar Adams and I'm with Nathan Gogela.
Hello and good afternoon to all the viewers and listeners out there. Zaid, first session advantage CSA or SA Invitational. 6 wickets in that first session, or let me say 8 wickets if you include the wickets of the CSA Invitational side. The tail enders, of course, going down that first over of the day's play. Now it looks like we see Cody Yusuf, change of ends now for him.
And immediately the change of ends works wonders for Cody Yusuf. He digs in the short ball, and Richard Selatswani, I think, still battling from his lunch there, trying to get down, but eventually he does, the youngster, and he takes a fantastic catch. And England, they lose their 7th wicket.
Yeah, good catch, and again, leaving a short leg out there. Probably was the best option out there for them. And just looking at that delivery again from Cody Yusuf. Short pitch delivery and just riding up towards the batter, and a short leg. Senatwane taking that one, and it's now 7 wickets down now for England Lions side.
Certainly the youngster, the 16-year-old Ahmed, he was not expecting a short delivery first ball after lunch, and Cody Yusuf, he's changed ends. Actually had a good chat with him during the lunch break. He speaking about the no ball problem. He said coming downhill was a little bit of a issue for him, and that's why he's swapped ends, and it's immediately reaped the rewards for the boy from Florida up in the West Rand.
Yeah, Yusuf now with 3 wickets now under his belt. Had a tough start with the no balls, but in 2 consecutive no balls. And I said to you, watch Zaid is going to get a wicket, and he got a wicket indeed.
Certainly the SA Invitational, they have dominated with the ball. Ruan de Swart set the tone. Cody Yusuf picked up a couple, and immediately after lunch they've come out with a plan, and it's been executed. So we're down to the tail enders. Tom Laws, he was the one that picked up the first 2 wickets of the South African innings this morning.
Yeah, I spoke to Shile Sinatemba Shile during the break. I said, what will be the plan going into the second session? And he said, just want to wrap up this tail of the England Lions side and perhaps having a chance to bat again later today.
Yusuf will be a little bit disappointed about that one. Just straying down the leg side. Brought in the extra man into the slip cordon the previous delivery. So he certainly wants to get it outside that off stump and have Zaman Akhtar have a go.
One just going down wide towards the leg side. Not the line Cody Yusuf would be looking to hit. Going down leg.
That one just drifting down the leg side there from Yusuf, but he's certainly zoning in here. He's Cody Yusuf, possibly even eyeing a 5. He's got 3 already, and another 2 would give him just another 5 to add to the bank.
Just looking at the delivery again. That one just sliding down towards the leg side. Umpire Sotumo just not bother that one. Just perhaps giving a light signal going towards the leg side. But good start here indeed from Cody Yusuf. Change of ends, of course.
see when a bowler's got good rhythm and he's feeling much better about himself, and you could say that coming downhill he was a little bit tentative about the line and not really charging in, just always thinking at the back of his head, am I going to overstep? He's certainly just in this over might be into a stiff breeze.
Let's be honest here. It must have been the lunch. It must have been the lunch.
Saw him have a couple of chops, so maybe the protein just helped there. Unfortunately, though, he's still overstepping. Yeah, he's Cody Yusuf. So that's his what's his sixth noble of the innings? Fifth one of the innings.
But good delivery, nevertheless, from Cody Yusuf.
I think that one was possibly just commentator's curse. We said the rhythm was good, and so just maybe a little bit over eager to bend his back for that short delivery.
Yeah, Zaman Akhtar under pressure at the moment. Ready for the two new batters out there, yet to get off the mark.
That's the end of a successful over for Cody Yusuf and the CSA Invitational 11. The England Lions, 73 for 7.
Again, the sponsor, Sporta Tours, have been responsible for bringing this match to fruition by making the travel and logistics arrangements for the England Lions tour of South Africa. Sporta Tours.
It's driven, squeezed out more than anything for Tom Laws to get off the mark. It's interesting to see the SA Invitational 11 continuing with Skalk Engelbrecht. We know that he got the wicket shortly before lunch, but you think with just 3 wickets remaining, possibly the likes of Ruan de Swart coming downhill. And that is exquisitely done. Hauled out the reverse sweep. Long levers does Zaman Akhtar, and he deposits it away for a much needed boundary for at least a win for maximum.
Especially down that slope as was Zahir and Zaman Akhtar. Now off the mark. There we see that delivery again. That reverse sweep. And lofted over, backward of point, deep backward point for 6. I'm sure we'll take a lot of confidence out of that one. Never easy to play those ones, Zahir. Beautiful time shot there from Zaman Akhtar. Looks like Klashila just had a quick word there with Engelbrecht. Of course, Engelbrecht was part of the Proteas in Sri Lanka, playing as that 13th player. I'm sure for the test side, probably getting a lot of experience being around that camp for the young lad Skalk Engelbrecht.
It's also been on the SA Merging Tour to Zimbabwe earlier this year. So plenty of exposure for the youngster from the Titans. And that is the end of the 22nd over. England Lions 81 for 7. Nathan, wasn't it interesting to listen to Hamza Sheikh earlier, the young England Lions batter? He was here obviously in South Africa for the Under-19 World Cup earlier this year, but that was all up in Potchefstroom and Benoni. So
what was interesting for me was saying that there was literally nothing to do in Benoni.
Absolutely.
Now he's in Cape Town, beautiful city, lots to do here. Man with a lot of knowledge on his belt, just by the way he was talking, by the cricket.
Tucked away for another single. Actually commentated on one of their games at the Under-19 World Cup. England, I think was, if I'm not mistaken, was against Zimbabwe, and Hamza Sheikh batted there, and spent a bit of time up in Potch and Benoni, and I know it might sound like a bar's Cape Town, but much was the hotel to the ground most of the time. So surely the youngster, he's enjoying it, particularly a day like yesterday after day's play.
Clifton
fourth. That's the name of the game. So certainly a fantastic place to be if you're an Englishman right now.
I remember during the break we spoke about the current state of Lords with that snow.
I think
tough times.
I think all the viewers, the English viewers back home watching the stream, they're just looking at the blue skies and wondering, geez, when can we come out there again? We've seen England tours in the past, been fantastic experiences down at Newlands, the New Year Test. I remember the English, the Barmy Army, the famous Barmy Army, they singing all throughout the Test match, 25 to the pound. 25 rand to the pound. So clearly
that's
enjoying themselves.
That's a pint.
And that has been deposited for an almighty 6 as Cody Yusuf just earning a little bit of length there, and he has been sent over the rope.
Yeah, Laws definitely not missing out on that delivery. Short pitch delivery there from Cody Yusuf, and dispatched for another maximum there from Tom Laws. Looks like they're still looking for the ball.
I think Tom Laws certainly showing young Ahmed, this is how you deal with a short ball. Obviously a much bigger, stronger man, but he certainly just stood up on his toes and gave it the full kitchen sink.
Yeah, we saw in the early batting innings of England Lions side, a couple of the batters struggling with that short pitch delivery, just unable to time the shot, and beautiful shot there from Tom Laws. There, the security just helping out there, looking for the ball. Lovely day indeed. 4 days, 4 seasons in one, as we would call it in Cape Town. It was raining early on. Overnight rain. Just managed to find the ball. Overnight rain. Now starting to clear up now, the clouds. Sun starting to bake on that surface, a beautiful surface. Still, pitch does have a bit of a grass covering. Just holding up that surface for the full 4 days. Just another reminder. CSA Invitational winning the toss and deciding to bat first, and scoring just a shy of 300 runs. And that one just punched off the back foot. Another no ball here from Cody Yusuf, and that is 6 no balls. Tally is slowly starting to increase here. Definitely concerns here for Cody Yusuf. Unfortunately, not able to gather that one. I was looking to play towards the square leg region, but not to be. Again, another short pitch delivery there from Cody Yusuf. Legitimate delivery, of course.
I feel that Cody Yusuf would be much better suited just pitching the ball up. He obviously got success earlier against young Ahmed, but against someone like with the stature of Tom Laws, better suited to bring the slips back into the equation. That's powerfully struck through the covers again. It should be another couple. So Tom Laws, yeah, he's certainly he's going to play his shots.
Now that's punched off the back foot in that vacant extra cover region. Fortunately, it just didn't travel towards a boundary. There is a bit of a slope here on this field from left to right of your screens. Just a downward slope from left to right.
And now that's powerfully punched down the ground. So Cody Yusuf being put under pressure here by Tom Laws. It's another boundary. Takes England to 97 for 7.
Oh, Tom Laws finding his own here, especially after the lunch break. 4-pitch delivery from Yusuf and driven down the ground to end the 23rd over. There we said delivery again, 4-pitch delivery, and Laws definitely not missing out on that one. I say he's been timing the ball very well here at the moment, is Laws.
He certainly has, and that is the Sporta Group Cricket Tours and Elite Training Camps. They are responsible for bringing out this England Lions side, and what an experience they've had. Lovely training camp out in Stellenbosch, and now ending the tour before they head off to Australia with a game against the CSA Invitational 11.
Yeah, Sporta Tours enable schools. Sporta Tours enable schools and clubs and international teams to train, compete, and experience all the sports, not just cricket, at some of the best facilities worldwide. You can find them on www.sportatours.com, and of course Sisonke Tourism and Events Services.
And that one is deposited into on the grass banks for another maximum. Tom Laws, he's certainly middling it very nicely here for this England Lions side.
Middling it indeed here for Tom Laws, taking on the bowlers straight after the lunch break. The Skog Engelbrecht just lofting it up, and Laws not missing out on that one. Again lofted over the side screen. Already on 21 runs, just 12 deliveries. Face here from Tom Laws.
It's also, Maximum's also brought up the 100 for the England Lions. I think I've said it before, as I think this experiment with Skalk Engelbrecht is probably just an over too far. You'd like to see the pace of Ruan de Swart come down the hill. Or even someone like Corbin Bosch, who was really impressive by picking up a couple of sticks earlier. Don't think the likes of Laws and Akhtar, they'll enjoy Corbin Bosch with this stiff breeze at his back.
Definitely. I mean, Corbin Bosch and Ruan de Swart have been the pick of the bowlers, or let me say have been the disciplined bowlers thus far, getting crucial wickets. It would be more convenient, or probably the better option for the CSA Invitational side to bring them back on.
So that is the end of the 24th over. England bringing up the 100 during that period, 105 for 7.
Sisonke Tourism and Events Services will bring expertise to the realm of sports, tourism and events, from hosting international tournaments to managing team logistics. We excel in delivering seamless, high-impact sporting experiences for athletes, fans and organisers. And that is one of the sponsors, of course, for this fixture, Sisonke Tourism and Events.
Once again, turned nicely, but Yusuf does have protection on the square leg boundary now.
Yeah, the ball is coming along very nicely at the moment now for England Lions batters. And now's an opportunity for Cody Yusuf to take the apply the pressure back onto the England Lions batters, especially Zaman Akhtar.
Just rising on Akhtar. Both Akhtar and Laws quite tall individuals. So you really have to bend your back if you're wanting to trouble them with a short ball. Yusuf brought deep square leg. Just halfway. Sinakwani there on the leg side. That's what he wants to see. He wants to get Akhtar onto the front foot. Feel like instead of the deep square, possibly a fly third man could be something to think about, because if he's going to get the edge, it's going to just absolutely speed away. It's neatly driven into the covers. So now Akhtar also gets amongst the runs, but it's good fielding though. Keeps it down to 1.
That's exactly what Cody Yusuf wants them to do, enticing that drive. Does bring in the slip cord into play. And fortunately this time for Zaman Akhtar, finding bat to ball.
Really has been an indifferent spell from Cody Yusuf. He's picked up wickets, but in between, with the amount of extras and also leaking boundaries, it's been a bit of an indifferent day for Cody Yusuf. Immediately from the moment he hit it, he was on his way, was Akhtar. As we come to the end of the 25th over, England Lions 108 for 7.
Sporta Tours have been responsible for bringing this match to fruition by making travel logistics arrangements for the English Lions tour of SA. Let's look at the screens again. Cricket tours and elite training camps worldwide since 2006. And bringing expert travels and tech experience out for the teams at world-class facilities. You can visit him on www.sportatours.com. Now we see a change in bowling here.
Change of bowling for the CSA Invitational 11.
Just replacing another spinner with another spinner.
It's Sepa and Ndwanda from
Warriors.
the Titans. Originally from Gqeberha, moved up to the Lions and now crossed the Yixke to the Titans. Flights neatly, but will be turned away for another single. Simple and Ndwanda really blossoming there at Centurion. His first season with the Sky Blues. Plays across all formats.
Good delivery there from Ndwandwa, just outside the line off stump. It's good they still have that slip option there with that short leg.
Almost through the defenses there. Akhtar just coming down late on it, preventing it from crashing into his stumps.
Oh, that delivery just troubling Zaman Akhtar. Of course, Ndwandwa with his first over here.
A little bit of a top edge over the keeper, and it'll run away for another boundary. So this partnership is growing nicely here for the England Lions between the two seamers. Laws and Akhtar, they were the chief wicket takers in the CSA Invitational 11 innings. Laws picking up 4 and Akhtar 3, and now they're doing a little bit of a repair job with the bat as well.
Yeah, just a good nudge there, sweeping nudge. Ramp over the top of the keeper's head for 4 runs. They're playing with more confidence here at the moment. Both Akhtar and Laws. Laws the aggressor of the two. And Akhtar playing that supportive role out there for Laws. For defensive, just to end the 26th, 113 for 7.
When that wicket fell immediately after the lunch break, Cody Yusuf getting Ahmed caught at short leg. I thought it might create a bit of a procession, and the English innings all over in a flash. But Lords and Akhtar, they've stuck to their task gamely here with particularly Lords, not afraid to play a few shots. And Akhtar gets the single to put Lords back on strike.
I think it's just a matter of time when the Swart or Corbin Bosch will be brought back on to come back for their second spells.
Corbin Bosch, at least Cody Yusuf really bending his back. You can hear the amount of energy that's exerted in each delivery, and you know, just not obviously coming down to the Cape from the high veld, where he traditionally bowls on bouncy surfaces of the Wanderers and Centurion. Really just having to work out his length. Yeah, he's Cody Yusuf. It's up in the air, and it falls just short of the man at deep square. Senakwani.
Could that have been an opportunity there, Zaid?
I think probably just would have been a tough ask to get Senakwani.
He's quite quick. To see even
would have been a good effort. I think the bowler satisfied. Wasn't hit as cleanly as we thought at the beginning. And that one is hit as sweet as a whistle, and it's another boundary for Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, good placement there from Zaman Akhtar, finding that gap between slip cordon and point region for 4. 4-pitch widest delivery here from Cody Yusuf. Zaman Akhtar finding his feet here. Laws and Akhtar starting to build that partnership. Now currently sitting on 48 runs. Definitely what is needed now for England Lions, just to build a solid partnership.
That has beaten everybody. Akhtar didn't know much about it and just over the stumps. So Cody Yusuf still asking questions.
Looking at that delivery again, missing everything. Bat at the stumps. Cody Yusuf found himself very unlucky there. Just lack of judgment there from Akhtar.
That's good fielding there in the covers. And Luca.
Beautiful fielding by Tlatuka at extra cover. And that concludes the end of the 27th. 120 for 7.
I feel that Captain Sinitemba Kashile may just have a rethink here about his bowlers. Looks like he'll continue with Dwanda from the Wamb again.
Dwanda coming in now for his second over. Slow left armour coming around the wicket. Another 4-pitch delivery for Laws.
Do feel that Laws is just lining him up here. The moment that Sepo Ndwanda just offers a fair bit of flight, he will go downtown. And he didn't need much more invitation than a full toss. Didn't quite get hold of it, but could be a chance of a run out, but Akhtar, he gets back safely.
Brandon Coke, you mean?
Okay, don't smell it.
Just driven down towards mid-off and just misfield. They're coming back for the second run. Just lacking concentration here at the moment for the CSA Invitational side.
So this is what the home team needs to be wary of. The partnership is just moving steadily along. Another full toss. And they're certainly putting the South African fielders under pressure. Literally hitting the ball straight to them and saying, we'll take you on. And then thus far, the South Africans have been found a little bit wanting.
Currently, the partnership just going over the 50 runs mark. Currently on 51.
So that is the end of the 28th. England 125 for 7.
I think this is exactly what England Lions would have wanted, just to build a solid partnership out there, especially come to the back end of their innings, or having number 9 coming so early on in the innings. So it's good to see that Zaman Akhtar is just sticking it out there and playing a supportive role for Tom Laws. And this looks like it's Cody Yusuf to return.
Still with Cody Yusuf. It seems like Laws and Akhtar, they've got to do the bulk of the work with the ball, and now they've got to do it with the bat as well for this England Lions side. And at the moment, they're doing very, very well.
Definitely. We even saw yesterday with the Proteas versus Pakistan, George Linder playing his part as well. Well-deserved player of the match. Missing the bus. Remember the story of him missing the bus? 50 minutes. I mean, he said in the press conference afterwards, unfortunately, his phone was 15 minutes behind. And as he stepped out the hotel, the bus was leaving him behind.
Typical George, typical George. Anybody that knows him.
I mean, you're scoring 48 and 4 wickets after being left behind by your teammates. Must be something.
Heard something about that he was ready to get an Uber to the ground. I hope he had his accreditation with him, because that would have been funny. Seen that happen.
We've seen a lot happen in cricket.
We've seen that happen to a few bigger names than George Linder.
Any names mentioned?
I think someone like Roger Federer, at least Rafael Nadal, pitched up at Wimbledon Centre Court, and the officials were like, "Sorry, mate, you don't have your accreditation." He was like, "I've won this tournament a few times."
Imagine if you're Roger Federer getting this from stewards saying, "Where is your accreditation?"
Oh, that's beautifully played again, over pitched, and Tom Laws, he's just dispatched it for another boundary. So this partnership really growing and becoming a dangerous one for the England Lions side.
Yeah, lovely on drive there from Laws. Now creeping closer towards that 40 mark. Again, played towards down towards that slope, downward slope. And now this partnership just going towards the 60 mark, and a healthy run rate as well, just 4.6.
And that one has been dispatched just to the right of the fielder, and it's got seconds of boundaries now for Tom Laws. So Cody Yusuf, he's under pressure. Oh. So Cody Yusuf, since the wicket, he's been put under a little bit of pressure here by Tom Laws. He's moved in no time to 40. That's a good response from Yusuf. So having just a little bit of a extended run up there after being hit for consecutive boundaries. Tom Laws is 40 of just 30 deliveries. So certainly just trying to regain a little bit of momentum here for the England Lions.
Yeah, signs of baseball cricket. Mosley did the same thing as well. Was very aggressive. Fortunately, had to depart. But Laws taking the reins now.
I think that is the end of the over. England Lions are 133 for 7. Could possibly be the end of Cody Yusuf's spell from this commentary end as well. Tom Laws certainly tucking in after the luncheon interval. A buffet of short deliveries and over-pitched from the South Africans.
Looks like it's Ndwandwa to continue to bowl his third or fourth over here for CSA Invitational.
Another single tucked away by the English. So this partnership certainly moving rapidly along.
Better return here from Ndwandwa, just outside line of off stump. And Laws, unfortunately, just missing out on that one.
That's the edge. But it will run away, and that's when you are playing positive cricket. Suddenly the momentum shifts and it all goes all your way. And England pick up another 3 runs.
Yeah, Laws found himself very lucky there. Just that edge, top edge, just lofted over the slip. Getting a couple of runs there, 3 runs. the SWAT just says saving 1 run. You said in 4.
It's been a delightful cameo from Tom Laws. He's having a fantastic day. Picked up 2 wickets in 4 deliveries this morning to bring an end to the South African innings. And now he's batting with the confidence of somebody that is showing the top order just how it's done.
Definitely, indeed. All-rounders out there at the moment. Laws and Akhtar. So I see what Akhtar is doing here. Just going light nudge. Want to get strike back on again.
And that's the beauty of a partnership, Nate, where the one batter just understands his role. He can see that his mate Tom Laws is striking it absolutely cleanly. And all he needs is for Zaman Ahmed to stick around on the other end and pick up the odd single to give him back the strike. And that's exactly the role that Ahmed's playing to perfection. Let's not undervalue. He's 21 from just 28 deliveries.
And we did mention prior to the over of Ndwandwa would have been a change in bowling. Cody Yusuf now being replaced. Cody Yusuf being replaced by Corbin Bosch. Corbin Bosch, of course, plies his trade for the Titans.
Interesting to see how Corbin Bosch goes into the wind. He got all his success from the opposite end before lunch. And the South Africans go up for the appeal, but more in hope than with any substantial evidence, as umpire Magilis Dumo just wafting at his leg, saying it's come off the thigh pad. A very interesting chat with the umpire Siduma at the break. Asked him,
the appeals.
said to him, all's happening at your end, Umpy. He said he wouldn't want it any other way. Got to stay in the game. So certainly has been part of the action. You just feel that someone like Corbin Bosch and the pace that he's got to, that's the caught behind appeal.
I think Abongile Sotuma just signaled perhaps on the thigh pad. Wonderful character, Abongile Sotuma, or Brasids as we would call him. Of course, so a super sport commentator for the Xhosa commentary.
So you just feel that with Corbin Bosch having gained all his success from the other end, why would you want to swap ends with him? I know you, yeah, and you're having your spinners bowl with this strong, blustery wind. Much rather see the seamers just charge in there and really ruffle up the likes of Laws and Akhtar. Another single into the covers for Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, you spoke about the changing of ends for Corbin Bosch. Currently at the moment, CSA Invitational 11. Desperate for a wicket here. These two going along very nicely. Just a partnership, just creeping over 60 runs now. And you would wonder when the SWAT will come back on.
You just feel that bowling someone with the pace of Corbin Bosch into the wind kind of nullifies the threat, because he was posing real dangers coming downwind.
Yeah, key wickets he got in the other end. But perhaps maybe just a change of ends for Bosch and De Swart. But again, only time will tell.
Eventually does find the outside edge, but it flies between the third slip and the gully. And it's another boundary to Tom Laws. He moves to 47 and England to 143 for 7.
Definitely a good effort there from Sonokwane. We're looking at that delivery again from Corbin Bosch. Short pitch delivery, and it creeped up again onto the batter and flying towards the left-hand side. Unfortunately not to be. England live to tell.
And the partnership grows even more. Remember, they are here through Sporta Group, experts in travel, logistics, and hosting, visiting sporting teams from around the world. I've been speaking to a couple of players, and they've said the hospitality has been fantastic down here in South Africa. So well done to Sporta.
Sporta Tours delivering expert tours for all these teams, offering world-class facilities. And
so here's Rwanda Swart back into the attack. And immediately finds the outside edge, but will run away for another couple. That just shows the potency of Rwanda Swart.
I did mention it that again, time will tell when Rwanda Swart will come back on, and really introduced him back on. And especially with the wind coming from that end, perhaps you could see the magic happen on the other end here for the CSA Invitational. Oh!
There was an opportunity for Court and Bold, but Rwanda Swart not able to take the charge of his own bowling, but certainly already creating the opportunities.
That's very unfortunate there from De Swart. Quite a lanky figure, long limbs as well. Good effort. Would have been a specky if he had to take that one.
Half stopped at short cover.
See the wind now starting to pick up again. Coming from the Swart's end, so coming from behind him. Definitely will help the Swart.
And now driven for another couple. So the runs are free-flowing here at the Willie Watson Oval between Ahmed and Laws. Both looking quite comfortable at the crease now.
They are making easy work out there at the moment. Akhtar and Laws. Laws now slowly starting to creep up onto reaching a half century.
That's in the air, but it'll fall safely long before the man on the deep square boundary. And Nate, the runs, it's like a leaking tap. You just cannot find a plumber at the moment.
Again, it's just a matter of time when that magic will happen for CSA Invitational side. Currently, this England Lions pair between Zaman and Laws taking proceedings away from CSA Invitational, losing 7 wickets so early.
And that should be all she wrote. We've seen that Rwanda Swart been calling for him to come back, and immediately does make the much needed breakthrough, and Tom Laws Unfortunately, he'll fall short just of his 2 runs short of his half century. It's been an excellent innings from the England tail ender. 48 of just 38 deliveries, but England Lions, they lose the 8th wicket.
Yeah, I think that short delivery from Swart, just hanging around a bit, slowish delivery. And unfortunately, Laws just falling short of a half century. Very unfortunate. And that's 150 for 8. Perhaps the opening batters of CSA Invitational need to start preparing themselves to go out there on day 2.
Certainly start thinking about your innings, but you just wonder why it took so long for Ruan de Swart to be brought back into the attack. You understand that wanting to give the spinners a bit of an opportunity, but certainly shown that seam is the way to go, although it does look like Sepan Ndwanda will be coming on from the commentary end again.
Again, these decisions don't really make sense to me. I mean, seamers have been doing most of the work out here at the moment, getting those crucial wickets. There we see the sponsors, Sporta Tours and Sisonke Tourism and Event Services. Sporta Tours, of course, sponsoring this England Lions tour of South Africa, providing world-class facilities, and you can find them on sportartours.com, www.sportartours.com.
Field has been set back for Zaman Akhtar. Not all the way back on the boundary, just halfway. And Zaman Akhtar accepts the challenge, and he goes over mid-wicket for another boundary. So he's not going to change the way he plays, despite losing his partner, Tom Laws, in the previous over.
I think Akhtar understands the current position that they are in at the moment. Will be looking to be very aggressive and taking over the mantle from the departed Laws. They need to take that senior role out there at the moment. Pennington just needs to stick around there.
That's a good response from Ndwanda.
Yeah,
Turning sharply.
A bit of purchase there from the surface. The bowling of Ndwanda, Tepo Ndwanda.
And that is the reward that Ndwanda was searching for. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Zaman Akhtar, he departs for 32. England Lions lose their 9th wicket.
As they would say, you swing and you miss and now hit. And that's what Akhtar did. Swing and a miss. And Tepo Ndwanda now gets a wicket tally. Get a crucial wicket of Akhtar. Now just 1 wicket now remaining to close off the innings of England Lions. CSA Invitational. Opening batters, Jordan Herman. Will be needing to prepare themselves here. Of course, Herman falling off the first delivery of day 1. So maybe that's something that you would like to rectify. Moving on to the second batting innings of South Africa, or let me say CSA Invitational.
Certainly, as England Lions still trail by 135, so really good shift here by the CSA Invitational. Got away a little bit for them with that partnership between Laws and Akhtar after lunch, but now both have been dismissed and sent back to the pavilion.
You know what, I always like to imagine how the batters will be dismissed. I mean, we saw a couple of times with Cody Yusuf. I mean, perhaps this time, another sweep, and it's a top edge. Could be on the cards here for Tepo Ndwanda. Interesting, they would have a deep mid-wicket, not have a deep square leg. No one backward of square, fielding backward of square. Beautiful delivery there from Tsepo Ndwandwe. Coming to his own here. Perhaps just finding bat before pad. And that's the end of the 33rd over. 154 for 9.
The wind has certainly picked up here, Nathan. It's been pleasant all day. But now the southeaster has been that's just blustering away here.
The swat to continue. Perhaps it's Corbin Bosch actually replacing Rowan de Swat. Oh, and he bowls him! Castled, and that's the end of the innings of England Lions. All out for 155. Off stump up the ground. Good option to bring back Corbin Bosch. There we see the captain Sinathemba Qeshile. Be very happy man indeed.
That is the end of the England Lions innings. 154 all out. The seamers, they've done the damage. Corbin Bosch picking up his third scalp of the day, making an absolute mess of the timber as the South Africans can walk off very pleased with their work in this morning shift. We will see you back for the South African Invitational innings in a short while.
Off. Sure. Sorry about that, the lost delivery.
No.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't know, you guys were smart to do it.
What time do you finish yesterday? 6 o'clock.
Rosie, cold man.
Cold.
Yeah.
No, bro.
Like, give me a jacket.
Cold.
Give me a jacket.
Let's hope South Africa's wickets also fall this quickly.
I don't want doubt.
We are sitting in the teeth of the wind here. You know that. What time is pink time? 3 o'clock.
Isn't it at 2:30, 3? 2:30, between 2:30 and 3? Or 2:45, not sure.
You know this guy?
Robert Gillette, yeah. Why?
Who is he?
He's a content creator. Why?
Commentator for what?
Content creator.
Content creator.
Why?
Still guy Majola present.
Is it?
Is he any good?
Just does interviews with random people.
Like he's just a podcast.
Yeah, he just does
You're great.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
They didn't tell us, bro.
Welcome back to the Wally Watson Oval, where the England Lions have been dismissed for 154, and it is the chance of the CSA Invitation 11 to start their second innings. It was fantastic bowling effort, led by the seamers Corbin Bosch, Cody Yusuf, Ruanda Swart, with the left-arm swimmer Sepon Ndwanda also pitching in with one. Nate, what did you make of that South African bowling effort, and what are they looking to achieve now with the bat?
Yeah, wonderful effort indeed by the bowlers of the CSA Invitational. Just if you look at the contributions by all the bowlers, I think all the bowlers have received a wicket, except for Hlatuka, but all the bowlers have did get a wicket. I mean, before the England Lions batting, it was CSA Invitational 289 for 8 or 285 for 8 this morning, and all departing in the space of 4 deliveries. I mean, just looking at yesterday, they won the toss. Sinatama Klashila winning the toss and deciding to bat first, scoring just a shy of 200 runs. And I think they'll be very happy to dismiss England Lions just under 200 runs and getting that lead just over 130 or 135.
I think for the likes of Jordan, Herman particularly, and also Lesek Sunakwane, just another opportunity to stake their claim for higher honours. The two leading run scorers in the CSA 4-day competition this year, Leseko Senekwane, he tops the list. Moved down to Bloemfontein from Northwest this at the beginning of the season, and it's certainly been a fruitful move for the opening batter from Bosch. He's been full of runs, got a double 100 already, and he also showed in the first innings against this quality English attack. Mitch Stanley taking the new ball. He can score runs, going up, got a 73. Jordan Herman. He is off the mark, and he'll be very, very happy with that. That takes him off a pair with a lovely little flick down to fine leg.
I think Jordan Hammond, as you had mentioned, first bowler in that day one. They're just flicking one off the pads and going down towards the boundary, down that slope for a boundary.
Certainly good intent shown by Herman. So he's also been amongst the runs, got a big 100, got a 99 and a 98 as well.
I would say he's a bit unfortunate, 98, 99, getting a first bowler as well. So
I had a chat with him about that and said, what is worse, 99 or the first bowler? He said definitely the 99.
yeah.
So yeah, he'll be keen to make up here. He's also got a big January ahead of him. Forms a vital part of the double Ipedo SA20 champions, the Sunrisers Eastern Cape. He's takes his place up at the top of the order. He's caught the attention of none other than A.B. de Villiers, who saw him during season 1 and really thought he was a talent. And you can see just the way he punches that off the back foot. what a talent he is. So he'll like to get into his work here as the first over comes to an end. The CSA Invitational 11, they are 6 for no wicket and lead by an overall 141 runs.
Yeah, of course, AB de Villiers will be heavily involved in the SA20 in the exclusive interview with AB de Villiers. He spoke about Jordan Herman, the potential that he has. There we see the dugout of the CSA Invitational. One over down, 7 for no loss now. Jordan Herman still sticking around. Pretty sure we'll be very relieved at the moment not to get that pair. No one wants to get a pair, Zaire.
I think only if you're buying a pair of shoes, that's the only time you want a pair, mate. Other than that, you don't want, you certainly don't want that. John Turner, he's running in. Oh, that's been excellently just whooped away from by Jordan Herman, and it won't get to the boundary, but just a lovely little whoop there from Jordan Herman. So he's certainly keen to make up for that first innings failure.
Definitely, indeed. Well-controlled shot. I mean, anything can happen with those shots, the shots that are pulled. But good fielding by the man standing at fine leg to cover that ground.
And that's not a whoop, that is a full-blooded pull shot. It won't have enough legs to get to the boundary. But Jordan Herman, he is showing the intent here up against John Turner. He is also a local in these parts these days. Turned out for the Paul Royals last year. And is set to come back actually for season 3, joining former England Test captain Joe Root, and also the likes of Dinesh Karthik, all form part of that Paul Royal side.
So you'll be around straight after this Invitational.
Yeah, that's good running there by Senekwani, and Herman just a little tap. Yeah, he's actually has said that he's not returning at all. He'll be heading out to Plet for the December holidays.
It's cold at the moment in England.
It is.
The snow. You spoke about the snow that
it is indeed.
Lords.
But he certainly knows his way around if he's going down to Plet. So the boys have shown him down at Paul what the spots are already.
He needs to be careful of the matrix. It's still hanging around there.
Oh, that's well bowled. Does get a little bit messy down there, doesn't it?
Definitely.
This time of the year.
Belito or Plet, stay away. Stay away, the matrix.
Langabane as well. I think that's also part of the
West Coast.
That is also part of the where everybody goes.
Just looking at that delivery of Turner's bowling again, and one just beating that outside edge.
Nate, I know
comes out very lucky there.
Nate, I know we share the same alumni. It has taken us all of a session and a half almost to bring it up. But when you were checking it, Wambuk boys, where did you go? Where did you head off to?
No comment. No comment.
Come on, mate. I'm sure the viewers. Let's divulge a little bit.
I will not disclose that information to the public.
You don't need to talk about your partners in crime. Just it's all about you. Or can you not remember?
Let's just say that I didn't partake in the
I just want to know, can you remember it at all? That's the important part.
Saeed, I was not at Played Rage. I was not at Played Rage. I can
vouch for that.
Vouch for that. I was not at Played Rage. There we see the sponsors again: Sporta Group, Cricket Tours, and Elite Tours. Of course, the sponsors of this England Lions Tour of South Africa. Wonderful expert tours, providing world-class facilities. If you want to visit them, you can visit them at www.sportatours.com. 14 runs for no loss after 2 overs.
Jordan Herman, he's got 13 of it. He's certainly looked to play a few shots. Once again, just punches it delightfully down the ground. And it is another boundary for Jordan Herman. He's in a mood here, isn't he?
In the mood indeed, yeah, for Herman. And just looking at the delivery again, full pitch delivery, straight down the ground towards the offside. Big chase here, but unfortunately not to be. And that is 4 runs for Herman. Now on 17.
And that's another boundary. So Jordan Herman, he's dealing in 4s at the moment. There's no such thing as singles. That's 2 in a row.
Just look at that current run rate at the moment, 8.6. That shot going very fine, and fielder standing at fine leg was squarish. And then that one just sliding down towards the leg side and pulled very fine for a welcome boundary here for Jordan Herman. Now moving on to 21 runs.
Certainly looks like Jordan Herman, he's taken a leaf out of the baseball book here. He knows that the Invitational side, they've got a very, very healthy lead. Oh, it's already been blown up to 157. So he's looking to just nail home that advantage.
Basically, and 157 for no loss. If you're looking at the border scheme of things.
Not basically, that is the score. The England side, they've gone up. They thought they had the inside edge of Jordan Herman's bat there. The umpires have certainly been put to a test in this match.
Yeah, Jordan Herman, Stanley coming in hard and beating the inside edge. But not to be. So Dumo, it's all happening at Dumo's end, umpire.
He is the man under the pump. Abungiri Sadumo, the former Porter wicketkeeper. He is the man in the spotlight.
Oh, surely give him some stick after this, surely.
Jordan Herman standing tall and punching another one straight down the ground.
You know what they say, stand and deliver, and that's exactly what Jordan Herman did. 25, moves on to 25 now, inching a bit closer to that half century.
It's almost like he's come out here and said, everything that's going to be under my eye, it's going to go. And it's forced a field change. England having to take out one of the slip cordon and just being placed in a short cover at the moment. And that one has been put way over the boundary for a massive, massive 6. Jordan Herman, he's got a trade to catch today.
Jordan Herman lofted over deep square. Another short pitch delivery here from Stanley. And Jordan Herman definitely not missing out on that one. Security will have to look for the ball again. Zaid, we spoke about the alma mater. I knew exactly what was going to come. I was looking at the branches here. I don't know, back in your times, did you have to what do you call, plant a tree?
Of course, mate. You get 100 on the JK Oval.
At your time, it wasn't called the JK Oval.
It was called. What's called the JK Oval?
That I think JK Oval came in back in 2010, 2011, 2009, 2010, 2010.
It's called the Oval.
What's
called the Oval. It was called the Oval. Yes, it was called the Oval.
In a long time.
A beautiful venue. Loved playing cricket there. Enjoyed every minute of my first in cricket at Wynberg Boys. It's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful school. It's produced 2 SA schools captains in cricket and rugby over the last consecutive years. So the one is just actually Zachary Porter just made his debut for the Stormers last week in the Champions Cup against Toulon. So certainly a place where leadership and leaders are made, not just sportsmen. So definitely, and if you think this view is beautiful, go down there, and certainly definitely a place to watch some cricket.
Oh, a few other schools here. I mean, of course, this Prince Stumps Cricket Club is situated in Rondebosch. So the Rondebosch Boys High School just down the road. Wonderful all-round school as well. Bishops down the road, the rivalries between them two. And Sachs just underneath the mountain.
Rondebosch actually will host the Kai Majola week next week. We'll be live on the Supersport Schools. That is the summary. CSA Invitational 11. They bowled out for 289. England Lions with a paltry response of 154. Corbin Bosch, Cody Yusuf, the chief wicket takers. And now Jordan Herman, he's raced out of the starting blocks. 32 for no wicket. He's got 31 of them. Mlaseko Senekwani doesn't just have one. He's only faced one delivery of the 3 overs.
I'm sure Jordan Herman just buying back his time for missing out the opportunity in this first batting innings of CSA Invitational.
While we have this little bit of a break, there's something that I wanted to ask you for a long time, Nate. I tend to watch a little bit of telly in the middle of the night, and you flick through the channels and you find some archive footage that comes up, and I'm switching the telly, and who do I see just stirring a pot there? It's Nate Gogela on Come Dine With Me South Africa. Is that true?
It's rumors.
All rumors. My best part of it was the byline. It said Nathan Gogela, sports jock. That's what it was.
That's a big lie. We only know one sports jock, and that's 6. Sikolele.
So
Scores a commentator, of course.
So let's just tell us, how did you before they get going here with a new ball, and looks like they have actually found it before John Turner runs in. How do you come up with the menu, mate?
Thumb suck, to be honest. I'll be honest. I mean, it was a thumb suck. Traditional dish, of course, has to be in there. And to be honest, I actually never did any of those 3 dishes before in my life.
Have you done it ever again?
Never. Wow. I mean, Christmas is fast approaching now, so obviously the peppermint crisp tart is...
That will come out. That will definitely
come out. But,
so yeah, so if you're wondering what we're talking about, co-commentator on Come Dine With Me South Africa. But John Turner, he runs in here, and he hits him on the pad, but it's just sliding down the leg side. But just back to the Come Dine With Me. It's I mean, what an experience. And like I said, the byline was the sports jock, and then big rugby jersey that came out.
This is a big lie.
That was a big rugby jersey, and had a few words with the ladies on the show as well.
So you're gonna get me into trouble here.
So if you're ever wanting, just go out in there. I'm sure it's on YouTube as well. Or on DSTV catch up. My co-commentator, he was speaking about Strictly Come Dancing and British Got Talent and all of that. But this is the man with the talent in the kitchen. Ladies, line up. He'll cook you a dinner.
So you're gonna get me into trouble here?
None whatsoever. You the TV star, lad. You the TV star.
Stop it. Back to the action. Turner running in to Senokwane.
Just seems like normal actions resumed here with Senokwane. Herman, he was in a rush. Seemed like a real wanted to get flying.
I mean, a 4-day game, first class game, just shy of 10 runs per over. That must be impressive here for the CSA Invitational 11.
A little bit uppish, but just not far enough to the...
What is this? It's 150 degrees.
It's getting chirped here by Mark Wood in the background here by wearing a jacket in the middle of summer.
Mark, just tell us quickly, how have you, Mark Wood, of course, fast bowler for the England team. How have you enjoyed Cape Town?
Oh, I love Cape Town. It's got everything that you'd want. As a tourist, it's got this beautiful facility. I never get tired of the view, looking up at that mountain. And yeah, some beautiful restaurants, some nice places to go. It's got everything you would want.
Which places have you currently gone thus far? I mean, wine farms, we've got the restaurants.
Yeah, I'm a non-drinker, so I'm teetotal, but I have been to a couple of the wine farms. The food has been incredible. We were at Constantia the other day, obviously it was just around the corner from where we were training. And like I say, the facilities, even the training facilities for cricket to come here and spend so much time here is amazing. So everyone's been really friendly with us, looked after us brilliantly well, and we're very lucky.
Isn't it great to get a real steak for 10 quid?
Yeah, 600 grams. I couldn't believe it.
That's half a cow.
Yeah, I know, unbelievable. Yeah, so amazing, having an amazing time.
Mark, we just love having you around. One of my enduring images of you just charging in at St George's Park and really going after the jugular of the Proteas. And just how's the body feeling?
Good. So I had a big elbow problem, sort of a bone problem in my elbow, which came out of nowhere. Really, I was playing for a test match in England last year, and at the end of the test my arm was a little bit stiff, so I went for a scan and it showed that it was on its way to a stress fracture, so I had to stop. I've had all these months off, all that rehab, that boring time at home, and just as it got to -2 they sent me out here, so I was pretty pleased about that. And yeah, my arm has gone well. I've been bowling out in the middle here and feeling pretty good, so although I think it's red hot, it's obviously not too hot. You've got your jacket on here. I mean, I've just said that here. I can't believe that. How do you survive in England?
Mate, I've actually, my good fortune, I've only been there in the summer. Yeah, so that's my good fortune. We'll continue this after this ball. And the biggest myth going to England was everybody warned us that Durham is going to piss down and it's going to be all wet, and it was the best time of the year.
Yeah, it's the hottest day ever.
So that's been a bit of a myth, but we've seen Dale.
People didn't know what to do, did they? That was the problem. People were in meltdown. Like you're used to the hot weather here, but everyone didn't know what to do back home.
I always remember my very, very first day in England. I landed at Heathrow, got on the tube, went out to King's Cross, out to Nottingham, and the temperature was like 23 at best, and you saw grown men jumping in the fountain with no clothes on, and it was like, what's going on? I just couldn't understand what was happening here. But we've seen Dale Steyn wandering around with you, and has he been helping you a little bit?
He's been excellent with all the guys. We're very lucky, we've got obviously Andrew Flintoff as a head coach, and we've got Neil Colleen and Glenn Chappell as bowling coaches, and Dale Steyn. So the bowlers have been able to work with all 4 guys one-on-one and pick their brains. So for young guys, I mean, the bowlers, I think the oldest one's 23, so that that knowledge is invaluable to them.
I think also, and we probably speak for, just wait after this delivery. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery. Seen some young England quicks really charging in here. We've seen John Turner. He turned out for the Paul Royals in the Bedway SA20. Is there any chance we can see you in South Africa anytime
soon?
I think
one day I'd love to have a go. At the minute, my focus is very much on England and trying to, get back to full fitness there. But in the future, I know a lot of the English guys come out here and they absolutely love it. So maybe one day, yeah.
I can definitely tell you that Josh Butler and Joe Root down at the Paul Royals and not Johnny Best, at least Jason Roy, they absolutely love it at Pearl Valley.
Yeah, but the ball flies here. Let me tell you something. fast bowler. The ball flies here. I mean, probably the time I got melted the most would have been in Pretoria. We played a one-day game there, and honestly, I think I went for 50 in 3 overs, and I thought, I don't know if I can come back here. I don't know if I'm.
I think that certainly is a bowler's how batters heaven down there. Just saw T20 now the other day, 220 played 210, so
Yeah.
certainly a graveyard for bowlers.
I knew Lungi and Gidi quite well. We had a year at Chennai Super
Chennai,
Kings,
yes.
and I went for 52, and I think he went for 53, and we ended up just cuddling each other at the end of the game.
Absolutely,
Look,
absolutely.
it's okay, we're going to be okay. So yeah.
No, absolutely. Mark, and these young English teamers that we're seeing right charging in here, I mean, some of them are just 20, 21 years old. What do you make of them? The next crop coming up?
Yeah, and I mean, so what am I, 34 now, 5'11". I look at these guys, they're 21, 22, 6'5", 6'6".
Absolute monsters.
They've had a bit more of the stake than me, I think.
yeah, definitely.
So yeah, look, I think there's a few exciting guys around. Of course, when you come out here, you get exposed to different conditions. The South African batters are used to these, types of conditions, these types of bowlers. So it's all about adapting, and this experience for them will be better for it. I'll let you carry on with the expertise. It's been lovely to chat to you both.
Thank you very much, Mark. And
I'll see you soon.
Yeah, get fit, get strong, and
I'll see you with your woolly jacket on. Yeah.
thanks. That's Mark Wood, the England team, a World Cup winner, who was always having a good time, just on a bottle of water here in Cape Town.
Pronunciation. Sporta. Was lovely to have the fast steamer for England. Mark Wood, of course, he's come down with the another shot, and not to be. That's perhaps a bit of height was that issue. But asking a lot of questions here of Lesego Senekwane. There we see that delivery again. Charging hard, the Turner, and again, bit of height. Perhaps the umpire's call. But Lesego Senekwane has faced 9 deliveries, just 1 run. Another shot, and again the umpire. Not phased whatsoever.
The England Lions, they are fuming. They certainly thought they had their man there. John Turner, he thought he was in business. But the umpire would love to have a little bit of a sneaker here just to find out, because the England players, they were convinced. As soon as the wicketkeeper caught it, they were on their way.
Definitely, and I'm pretty sure they're very desperate at the moment for a wicket. Again, this one sliding down the leg side. And 4 leg bars is the call from the umpire. Poor delivery from John Turner. Had a good start to this over, but unfortunately, one just sliding down the leg side, and the keeper not able to gather that one. Currently, the score 40 for no loss, partnership. Senekwane still on 1. I think there's the first extras for England Lions in this innings. Get one of them. Corbin.
I can't commentate.
One ball remaining in the over. Been an eventful 1 year from John Turner.
One very wide.
So there's been a couple of shouts in this over. Senekwani, he's been under pressure, but he's still there. England line still searching for the breakthrough.
Just one delivery now remaining in the sixth over. Senekwani definitely feeling a bit of pressure at the moment. Just one to show off the 13 deliveries. 4 defensive to conclude the end of the sixth. That is 40 for no loss. Time now is 23 minutes past 2 South African time. Oh, just one short-ish delivery. They're coming around the wicket, change from bowling over to around the wicket. Short-ish delivery to Jordan Herman. Troubling a bit there. Compton's are very lucky. It looks like there will be a bit of medical attention brought out there. There we look at that delivery again. Short delivery onto that helmet. And of course it is mandatory if the ball does hit the helmet of the batter. Medical attention is required on the park. Just to look at the inspector helmet and perhaps just do a light concussion test here from the medical staff of the CSA Invitational 11. But beautiful delivery from Pat Brown, the new bowler for England Lions.
Certainly has been South Africa's day thus far. They've started on a bit of a slippery slope, losing those 2 wickets, overnight wickets in just 4 deliveries. But since then, as you can see, they cleaned up that England Lions batting lineup. Only the late tail enders, Tom Laws and Zaman Akhtar, putting together a decent partnership towards the end, getting England up to 154. And since then, Jordan Herman, he's come out and he's just played shots from ball 1 to get England, to get the CSA Invitational side up to 40 for no wicket. An overall lead of 175 runs here. Remember, just on the second day of this 4-day encounter. So whoever said the 3rd day was the moving day certainly should reconsider.
As they say, anything is possible in cricket. I mean, we've seen the back end of the batting of the CSA Invitational. Just took them 4 deliveries to clean up that innings for the CSA Invitational this morning. The England Lions came on, early wickets 3, 4, and then Tom Laws came in. Before that was Mosley, playing a bit of baseball cricket. Tom Laws doing his bit, just unfortunately falling short of his well-played half century, but not to be for him. He fell short on 48, but was accompanied very nicely by Zaman Akhtar on the other end, getting a partnership just over 60. And we see the medical staff still out there, just a change in the helmet. Beautiful day out here in Rondebosch, Cape Town. So far, we've had 2 of players and management, or let me say the personnel from the England Lions team, Hamza Sheikh and Mark Wood. A lot to say, a lot of nice things to say about Cape Town. There you see just fixing the helmet there for Jordan Herman. Just the doc and the physio out there at the moment.
What's the score? What's the Proteas women? What do you check there?
In other action around the country, the Proteas women, they are facing England in the third ODI in Potchefstroom. And after the little bit of a blowout in the batting department in the last game, much better start this week. Today at least, the Proteas moving to 31 for no wicket after 5. Skipper Lord of Wolfach once again playing in 101st ODI, leading the way with 22 not out of just 20 balls, and Laura Goodall on 5. But we are back here at the Wally Watson Oval, and Jordan Herman, he's still just throwing the bat at everything that he sees at the moment.
Yeah, new bowler out there coming around the wicket. Does seems to be troubling the left-hand batter, Jordan Herman. Of course, that angle coming in onto the pads of, or coming back sharply back onto the left-hand batter, Jordan Herman.
Turned away to the leg side.
Steaming in very hard here, Pat Brown. Express pace from the Englishman.
Feel that the England Lions, they'll certainly want to break through before the tea interval.
Sekot Senekwane now on strike, still with 1 run to show off 13 deliveries, Zaire.
He certainly hasn't had the same lunch as Jordan Herman. I do think that Leseko Senekwane, he's much more of an accumulator. He'll work his way into his innings. Whereas Jordan Herman, he's having a field day at the moment. Just even that delivery is it's very well played by Leseko Senekwane. I can't see Jordan Herman ducking under that. I think he'll have a full go.
Yeah, good leave there from Senekwane, just ducking and diving here, Senekwane. 1 run in 14 deliveries, taking his time out there. I mean, there's no need to be rash, play irrational shots or negative shots. I mean, they've got a healthy lead at the moment. Yet to lose a wicket in their second batting innings.
That should be a couple, and it will comfortably as Senekwane comes back for the second.
Yeah, nudge towards the leg side. Big nudge of a ball. I remember Tristan Stubbs having an interview after scoring a century. He mentioned that he was a big nudger of a ball back in high school and university. No, I still don't believe that, to be honest.
To be fair, if you know your alumni very well, Jacques Callis was equally. Couldn't get the ball off the square until he was about 17.
Yeah, the great old Jock Henry Callis.
And the best person to tell you about that story would be a certain Mr. Keith Richardson. He threw many a ball at Jacques Henry Callis, and it was all about, he could never ever, he was a little tiny kid until a big growth spurt later on.
There we see Corbin Bosch and Rwanda Swat. Big friends, of course. Playing a trade up north. Rwanda Swat on the left and Corbin Bosch on the right. opening pair bowlers for the CSA Invitational side. Of course, Wanda Swart has played for the Proteas. Another drive here from Senekwane, but unfortunately finding the fielder. Taking his time out there, just reading the conditions. Short-ish delivery from Turner. And a boundary here for Senekwane. First boundary for Senekwane. Reading that very nicely in a well-controlled shot. And pulled nicely for a welcome boundary. And there we see that shot again, shortest delivery. And pulled well-controlled shot. Played towards the ground in that vacant deep square leg region for 4 runs. Who would you say was... after this delivery, who would you say were the standout players in the CSA domestic competition, especially in the first class division?
Yeah, I would have to say Senekwane is one of those guys, and he's been doing well for a couple of years now, ever since he moved from Northwest. So he's been a brilliant batter. For South African cricket as a whole.
For defensive stroke there from Senekwane. Of course, just changing the commentary here. We've got Mr. Modin. We know him as the sports journalist here in Cape Town. I mean, beautiful day here indeed.
Yeah, beautiful day. I'm very impressed with the venue, I must say. I'm enjoying my time here at Western Province Cricket Club. Getting to watch some high-class cricket over here. I must say that I did think that England were going to do a lot better than they are with the bat.
Thickage and for safe. And that one goes towards third for 4 runs. Senekwane now finding his feet. Shot very wide, and Turner just swing of the bat there from Senekwane in that vacant slip cordon region for a welcome boundary. Now Senekwane finding his feet, 12 runs in 21 deliveries. Another control shot, short control shot towards fine leg, but very square. And that's the end of the 8th over. 52 for no loss. 53, beg your pardon, 53 runs for no loss.
Nathan, I must say that for this particular game so far, for this invitational game, the thing that I think is probably the most important thing over here is that our batters are getting introduced into top seam bowling from the England side. I mean, getting class from both ends, you know. Normally in domestic cricket, in our local game, you'll often see guys get a little bit of a break. The quality is not as great from both sides, but they're getting some good testers here.
For sure. I mean, Mark Wood was sitting here. He was saying that he's 5'11". I mean, we know the express pace from Mark Wood. And now we see players with being 6'4", 6'5", stimming in. As from that delivery, we can see all of that action from the express bowling here from the England Lions bowlers.
And you're going to see our guys take a little bit longer, you know, to get their eye in first. Especially Senekwane, he's that type of batter. He'll take his time to first get his eye in before he really starts playing his expansive shots.
I mean, we saw that from Senekwane as well in the first class cricket. Taking his time out there. I mean, 4-day, it allows you to board your innings other than the T20 or the ODI cricket. Well, let me say the List A format. But he's been batting very well for his franchise. getting a double 100 down at Poland Park, not too far away from here. Herman, another one to look out for, especially in the Betway SA20 that's coming up.
Yeah,
Recent.
definitely. I had a conversation with Jordan yesterday, actually, off the field when he got his duck. So
There we see for the first class cricket, top run scorer there, sitting comfortably on top, Lesego Sedekwane. Lofted and he departs. Spoke him up so nicely there, Senokwane, but unfortunately not to be. And unfortunately has to depart for 13 runs, 53 for 1. I mean, who are the other players that perform for you in the first class cricket? I mean, we're obviously watching some red ball cricket. I mean, who are the players that perform for you in the domestic scene?
yeah, so we obviously saw someone that really performed quite well recently, and he's now playing for the T20 side, and that's George Linda. I just want to highlight that he's had a really good first class season actually, to get his form back again.
And that is the tea time break. And we'll be back after the short break. Off. Is it off? Okay. Clown. I want Diana to come here and see his Live. After the dismissal of Lesego Senokwane, fought very cheaply of 13 runs. Currently, CSA Invitational side do have a healthy lead here. Currently on day 2. Already 3rd innings here. Back a level length delivery there from Pat Brown. Seletswane finding bat to ball. Currently CSA Invitational 53 for 1. Balled out the England Lions Invitational in the second session very cheaply, under 200. Another good delivery there from Pat Brown. Troubling the new batter, Seletswane. Just trying to read the surface out there, Seletswane. "13 wickets have fallen thus far in the day 2. They would normally say day 3 is normally the moving day, but proved not to be today. 13 wickets to fall thus far. Good shot there from Seletswane. Played towards the leg side, just nudged towards the backward of deep square leg, just for a single, and that brings on the aggressive figure in Jordan Herman. Currently sitting on 36. 26 deliveries faced by Jordan Herman. Of course, in that first innings, fell off that first delivery on day 1. And of course, the end of the 9 over, 54 for 1. Run rate very healthy, 6.3. Another tall, lanky figure, Mark Wood. We had Mark Wood prior to the lunch break, beg your pardon, the tea break, and he spoke about the lanky figures in this England Lions side, 6'3", 6'4". Of course, Mark Wood, the express pace of Mark Wood, currently injured. Bowling speeds of 150 plus, 145 average plus and over. And we see the change in bowling. Harry Moore now with ball in hand. The lanky figure in Harry Moore. Beautiful delivery there from Moore. Using that high to his advantage. Shortest delivery there for Seletswane. I'm pretty sure so many of these players for England Lions enjoying the time here in Cape Town. They've been here for a week and a bit. That one just sliding down towards the leg side. Another short delivery here from Moore. And as would expect, would see that short leg come into play now. So many of these England Lions players have been here before, beginning of the year, of course, with the England under-19 side in that World Cup, beginning of the year. Another one just going down towards the leg side. Siletswan just making sure it doesn't get an edge on that one. Good leave. There we see CSA Invitational 11 have a lead of currently have a lead of 189 runs. To put into perspective, they are 189 runs for one. Another shortish widest delivery, just left alone again by Siletswan. Definitely no need to take on those shortish deliveries. Understands where they are at the moment. I'm pretty sure England Lions prior to or during the tea break just had perhaps have a plan of action. How they want to take on pressure back onto the CSA Invitational side. They desperately need a wicket here at the moment. Another short delivery just as towards the square side. Of course, there is that short square in picture. Good defensive, backward defensive there by Siletswan, and that concludes the end of the 10th over. 54 for 1.
Zahid. Zahid. Zahid.
Looks like it is Pat Brown to continue. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hand batter in Jordan Herman. Giving a bit of trouble. Jordan Herman, of course, not ready yet. Gave a bit of trouble. Beautiful pull shot there from Herman, just for a single. To the fielder, standing at the backward of square. Just the edge on the ring. Now, in change in positioning, field positions for the right-hand batter in Siletswan. Relatively new batter out there. He's faced 9 deliveries. Pat Brown will be coming over the wicket now to the right-hand batter. And he bowls him! And Siletswan has to depart for 1 run, just 1 run to show for it. And beautiful bowling here from Pat Brown. Definitely what was required, especially after the tea break here for the England Lions side. And 2 wickets down now. Yeah, just looking at that replay of that wicket and playing a miss there from Siletswan. Not able to read that quickest delivery there from Pat Brown. and castled the leg stump of Tenetwane, and that's 55 for 2. And I'm pretty sure they will need more of those wickets. England Lions side currently 2 wickets to show in 10 and a bit overs. And again, I'm joined by Zaid Adams. Zaid, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nathan. What a ball there by Pat Brown. It's absolutely made a mess of Richard Sweleswane's stumps. The youngster looked good up to the tea interval, but that he just had no answer for the pure pace of Pat Brown.
And now we see the introduction of Jean Duplessis. Of course, coming from Division 2, having good season there. Now Division 1 status. And now has been involved in a few of these emerging sides. Beautiful prospect here, Jean Duplessis.
Pat Brown is charging in here, Nathan, and Jean Duplessis needed to be wide awake, for that was targeting the stumps again.
Yeah, 4 pitch delivery to start off here for Jean Duplessis. Of course, we'll be asking a lot of questions onto Jean Duplessis. Looks like Jordan Herman has had to play quite a lonely role out there, not so really supported on either end.
Certainly has quietened down a little bit. In fact, you have to bowl that one again?
That's all you have to do. Do you know who it was? What?
That is the one that has absolutely dismantled the stumps of Richard Sweleswane. The youngster here would not want a replay of that for his Instagram.
Definitely not, especially being castled in that manner.
These England seamers, they are certainly running in now. Got a bit of an extra wind after the tea interval. And Brown got a nice little wind at his back. We saw earlier Corbin Bosch. He charged in for the South African 11. Picked up 3 wickets. And Pat Brown, he's looking to emulate. He's got 2 already. Oh, that one just reared off a length, hitting the gloves, and you can see Brown's follow through was almost down to the other end. So a nice little fiery spell here that we're witnessing from Pat Brown.
Oh, that one just popped off the surface there onto Jean Duplessis. Jean Duplessis yet to get off the mark. Must have been really impressed how the intention of the bowlers of England Lions coming really hard and being really aggressive. And we're seeing a lot of the action coming from that other end as well. Wind obviously coming from behind that bowler. And that is the end of the 11th over. 56 for 2.
Nah, it's the big man. He'll come in charging from this commentary end. Be interesting to see how Jordan Herman approaches the remainder of the innings. He really came out and charged out of the blocks before the tea interval. Now with a couple of wickets, that's fallen. Does he change his approach, or does he still keep going hell for leather? Certainly hasn't changed anything. It's short and it's dispatched once again through the mid-wicket area for another boundary. Jordan Herman, he moves to 41.
Yeah, Jordan Herman, currently the lone ranger out there at the moment. Being very aggressive. Unfortunately missed out on runs in that first innings. And showing what class he has, or what he has to offer for us. Currently sitting on 41, the nervous 40s. And now we see more, the tall, lanky figure in Harry Moore coming around the wicket onto the left-hand batter with that angle coming across onto him. Shot.
Absolutely beautiful. That is picturesque from Jordan Herman. You can frame it. So good was that one as he goes back-to-back boundaries. One through the leg side and now another one through the off.
Definitely frame it. Hang it in the louvre, as I would say. Short and wide, and Jordan Herman definitely not missing out on that one. Moving on to 45. Looking very comfortable there at the moment. Strike rate of 150, Zaire.
He's getting great guns, and what a joy to watch him. Just, I think for me the feature of the innings is the intent that he's come out with. I mean, after getting that first bowler in the first innings, some batters would have been a little bit tentative at the wicket, but instead he's come out and he's looked to be positive, looked to be aggressive, and anything remotely short of full, he's given it the full kitchen sink. Moore just struggling with his line a little bit. He's conceded a couple of boundaries on both sides of the wicket to the left-hander. So now just drifting down the leg side to Jean du Plessis. Real imposing figure is Harry Moore. Tall and lanky, and his ability to extract parts from even the most placid of surfaces to his benefit. So that's the end of a productive over for the South African Invitational 11. 9 runs from it, 65 for 2 after 12.
And John de Villiers here. John du Plessis, beg your pardon.
He's still down at the Springboks there, mate.
He's actually down the road here. I mean, they had a box office show the other day. But back to the cricket, John du Plessis yet to get off the mark. Has faced 6 deliveries. Now he'll be on strike now to face Pat Brown. Pat Brown has been bowling, or let me say, still Jordan Herman. Pat Brown has been bowling very well here, bowling around the wicket, so left-hand batter. That was a loosener from Pat Brown. Left alone by Jordan Herman.
2 men out on the leg side now for Jordan Herman. One at regulation fine leg and also deep square leg. He's shown that he's prone to take on the short ball.
So perhaps something that we could expect now from Pat Brown, just the short deliveries.
And instead he goes over the offside. Beautiful. With a swats it away with a blade and also brings up a 50 of just 33 deliveries.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Jordan Herman. That one just creeped up onto him. And well placed in that vacant gully region for 4 runs. That moves me on to 50 runs. Pretty sure we'll be very chuffed here at the moment.
Nathan, you speak about hanging up in the Louvre. We saw a picture of Proteas captain Temba Bavuma mid-air during the previous test match, and that was of similar ilk. That one will run away for another couple. Jordan Herman, he'll certainly come back. Will be biased though. Didn't get anything on it.
So we're just signaling buys there. Fortunately, just wide off the keeper to gather.
It's clear that Herman, he's not going to hold back here.
Now the lead currently sitting at 206 runs for the CSA Invitational 11.
In complete control is Jordan Herman. He adds another single to the total.
I think that angle allows him to play that shot, that nudge towards the leg side, just for a single. And now we see Jean du Plessis on strike, yet to get off the mark against Pat Brown, who has been the pick of the bowlers thus far for England Lions side. 2 wickets to show for it. I mean, we did speak about the win coming from the other end. So Corbin Bosch, Rwanda Swart, getting a lot of purchase out of that end, a few wickets. So definitely good signs here for Pat Brown.
Neatly tucked away by du Plessis. They'll pick up a couple. There'll be thoughts of a third. Not on this occasion. So du Plessis is also getting into his work now. He's off the mark.
Yeah, finding that gap on the leg side. On drive from Jean du Plessis. It'd be nice to see at least one of these batters to get a century in the CSA Invitational side. We saw a couple of 70s. Jean du Plessis being one of them.
Man pushed back now, so it'll only be one.
And that's the end of the 13th. 75 for 2.
Looks like there's going to be a change of bowling on commentary inside now. Moore just been given the 1 over. So a real positive start here by the CSA Invitational 11, dominated by Jordan Herman's half century. Should be a couple for Jean du Plessis. Immediately saw his pitch halfway down the track and got back nicely, cut it into the covers. Once again there by
Poor delivery.
Joan du Plessis, he gets involved. Now, clearly enjoying the short delivery outside the off stump. Gets a little bit more bat on that, so that runs away for another boundary. Casey Aldridge not settling in here. Looks like Aldridge might want a little bit more protection. Taking out the short mid wicket and putting it into a short cover.
Here's David.
That's a good, nice little quick single.
Is this David here? I don't even see him. Where glasses?
Two men back on the leg side, and now the deep cover also gets sent out. Gonna have to bowl that one again. Casey Aldridge. So England seems just not being able to settle at the moment into any form of line or length. Once again, Joan du Plessis goes through the covers. Casey Hall is just not finding his length at the moment at all. Just a tad short outside the off stump. Looks like it's a carbon copy every delivery. Short outside the off stump. Du Plessis goes across and picks up another couple. Rinse and repeat here. That's the over. 14 gone. CSA Invitationals, 86 for 2. Oh, partnership has already grown to 33. English team is certainly just not being able to settle into any form of a rhythm. Boundaries, twos, and also no balls. I've been impressed with Pat Brown though. He's really charged in from the Weinberg end, and one of the few English seamers to consistently hit a good length. And it's the reason why he's been the only successful English bowler thus far.
And of course, it does help having the wind behind your back. So what Corbin Boss did as well, and Rwanda Swat from that end, getting a lot out of that side.
Good pace, but as we saw with Corbin, at least Cody Yusuf earlier, he's a bit of a problem running up the hill there from the Weinberg end, causing the seamers just to overstep. Really good pace here by Pat Brown.
Oh, this is the line. This is outside the line of off stump. Shortish delivery back of the length from Pat Brown. Only man here for England Lions to get wickets in this innings. Definitely applying pressure back onto the batters of CSA Invitational.
I think that's the difference between Jean du Plessis and Jordan Herman. Herman's trying to get behind the short ball, where Herman was just looking to pull and hook from the get-go.
Yeah, Jean du Plessis seems to be playing really straight at the moment. Understandably be so. New guy in the park. Just trying to read the pace and the bounce. And of course, you don't want to misread that one and falling very cheaply with a top edge. Now the full pitch delivery for a forward defensive. Pat Brown doing all the work here for England Lions. Did you guys have fines back in your days, Zaire? I spoke to Del Stain about fines, especially missing your bus. And I mean, you can't really fine someone for missing a bus. Scoring 48, 4 wickets, and player of the match, George Linder, that is.
I think, like Mark Wood, I'm a teetotaler, so fines weren't that heavy, fortunately. But I remember during my hockey playing days up at CPUT, that was messy. Yeah, so you wouldn't, if you didn't partake in any alcohol, you get a concoction of everything else, and that was hideous.
I remember we fed all the drinkers. Also, I'm trying to find a better word here, more friendly word, but you mentioned it. But we give them a concoction of milk and egg.
Oh, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting.
I mean, just imagine if you're having to have 4 fines and having to down a pint of milk and egg. 4 pints.
I think with a little bit of flour, you might have a cake there, mate. You're baking a cake.
You need some yeast. You need some yeast there.
Yeah, no, that's disgusting. That is a disgusting. Remember, I used to get a concoction of a little bit of Coke and Fanta and Sprite and cream soda, everything with a bit of Powerade, concentrate, all mixed in one, and it was, yeah, it wasn't the highlight of my life.
I mean, that's not bad. Surely that's better than having a concoction of milk and egg.
True that.
But again,
I won't say where we were made to drink it out of though. That was the real clincher.
I've got
You've got a fair idea.
100%. I'm not going to mention it.
Yeah, you've got a fair idea. So, yeah, that was uni days. Was lots of fun. Lots of fun. You at Nike?
Nope, not a Nike. All the way from Madibas. Played a bit at Marty's just for one season, then moved down to Madibas down in Gqeberha, but formerly known as Port Elizabeth.
Lovely.
Wonderful times there.
Lovely.
Very windy, friendly people. That's what they call them. Friendly city and the friendly city. So friendly city and the windy city, I beg your pardon.
Lovely.
Yeah. 6 runs. 6 runs per over now is the current run rate here for CSA Invitational. Quite good for a first-class fixture.
Certainly hasn't been a day to remember for the England Lions side. They started fantastically well. 2 wickets within 4 balls, brought an end to the host innings. But since then, it's been all downhill. Got rolled for 150 and could have been a lot less if it wasn't for a big partnership towards the end by the bowlers. And now, through a little Jordan Herman masterclass, they've really been put under the pump. And 90 for 2 to just 15.
There we see that scorecard. Just another reminder, CSA Invitational winning the toss, and Senatemba Kashile, the captain, opting to bat first, and Lesego Sonokwane open the batting, scoring a well-played 79, and the captain, good knock there for the captain, leading by example. 73 runs there for the captain, and obviously the bowlers there, Laws and Zaman Akhtar, doing their fair share, both with ball and bat. And it's currently CSA Invitational with a lead of 200 plus here in this third innings. And back to the proceedings. And pulled down towards deep backward of square, just for a single. You did mention that Jordan Herman is a very good puller of a ball, and Jean du Plessis plays more straight. So maybe a change in fielding for Jean du Plessis.
I think Jean du Plessis he's punched everything off the back foot. So Aldrich certainly doesn't want to go short outside the off stump. Steady goes at the body, which is played fairly well there by Jean du Plessis, I thought.
Yeah, Jean du Plessis, not a big pull of the ball, but does tend to nudge the ball towards a fine leg, just for a single. Playing the safer option. I mean, for myself, I wasn't really a big pull of the ball.
Just about to ask, Nathan. I thought you were just a rugger bugger. You have your time in the sun?
Of course I have. Claim to fame, I'm not going to mention his name. Played a bit of cricket with a former Protea, of course. No names mentioned.
There's 4 bets. there's in that current team right now, they've 4 bets.
Give us one.
My first one, I'm going David Bedingham.
That is correct. David Bedingham. Yeah, I played a couple of games with David Bedingham.
Didn't even need to pull out the others.
It is quite obvious though.
Once again, powerfully driven off the back foot. Pick up a couple, well, Jordan Herman. But just what was it like going to school with the likes of Bedingham, Verena? Which Shadley van Skalk could be in there at the time?
Shadley van Skalk, I was in grade 7.
7?
Yeah, I was 13 when he matriculated. Shadley van Skalk.
Jason Smith?
I'm giving away my age here. Jason Smith was same year with me and David Bedingham. All 3 of us in the same year.
Carl Verena?
Carl Verena, a few years younger than us, I think was 2 years younger than us. Carl Ferreira,
Dalen Oliver?
Dalen Oliver, just I think just after or before Shadley van Skalkwyk. So again, that time I wouldn't been in the same high school as Dalen Oliver and Shadley van Skalkwyk, but yeah, a fair amount of players have come out of that factory I call One Boys High School.
Certainly is nice looking back now and seeing how they've progressed. You look at all the work they put in as schoolboys. Really love the game, and to go on and reach the highest honours.
Also lovely to see the Proteas test coach here as well. Just looking at, keeping a close eye on the upcoming talent. Giving a light word. I saw him at in the dugout, just having a quick word with the players, just telling them just to motivation, just keep on going. And that's exactly what they're doing at the moment with the partnership 39 runs and 4-4-2.
Always looking
Shukri Conrad, of course.
Always looking for the next group, the next batch, and this certainly is. And he's sitting alongside the Warriors coach, Robin Peterson, who obviously has Jordan Herman on his side back in the Eastern Cape.
He's of course the MI Cape Town coach. He'll be operating down here in
Newlands, yeah.
Newlands.
Actually had a fun chat with Jordan Herman, a decent shoot for a magazine, and he said he loves scoring runs against MI Cape Town against his coach Robin Peterson.
For this was with one of your brands, of course, Under Armour.
Yeah, so yeah, no, he's Robin Peterson makes it quite known that plenty of his players are at Sunrisers Eastern Cape from the Warriors, and they all go down, particularly Herman getting that 100 at Newlands last year against MI Cape Town in Betway SA 20 Season 2.
Lovely words shared from AB de Villiers, of course the legend AB de Villiers, about Jordan Herman, the prospect. As you alluded to, the fact he scored 100 just around the corner here, actually a few 100 meters away from this venue, Newlands Cricket Ground, the home of MI Cape Town. I'm looking forward to it, to be honest, Zahir.
Yeah, we're going to wait for that opening game, January 8th. Sunrisers Eastern Cape, back-to-back champions. Who would have thought when the competition started? They invested heavily in a couple of young South Africans, Tristan Stubbs, Marco Jansen, and also retained an unknown at the time in Othniel Bartman. And since then, they've just gone on to some lofty heights, winning both competitions, and will face a star-studded MI Cape Town team at St George's Park. MI Cape Town, of course, they recruited well, as they always do. England's Test captain, Ben Stokes, he'll come down to Newlands this year. What an asset he will be, and a draw card. He is pure box office. And remember, he's 258 at Newlands a couple of years ago. What an innings that was. Absolutely put the Proteas to sword. And
Dan Pitt actually reminds me a couple of times about that innings. I mean, he was playing that game as well. Dan Pitt, Proteas test bowler.
remember Johnny Bairstow getting 150 not out in that as part of that partnership, and it was merely a footnote. That's how good Ben Stokes was. Ian Botham, the legendary England all-rounder, said at the time Ben Stokes was only 24, and he said he's certainly better at 24 than I ever was.
We actually saw the first pull there from John du Plessis. feeling more comfortable and confident to play those shots. I mean, you spoke about a couple of players from England playing the trade in South Africa. I mean, you spoke about Moeen Ali. Can you name a few others that have played here in South Africa?
Played club cricket or SA20?
Club cricket, domestic cricket.
Club cricket. We've had a few over the years. Nasser Hussain, former England captain and now respected Sky Sports pundit. He came out and played for Primrose Cricket Club. At the time, there were actually more Englishmen in the Primrose side than anywhere else. Dean Headley, the fast bowler, he came out, played for Primrose. Chris Adams played for Primrose, all in the one side at the time. And then, of course, Ashley Giles, Warwickshire man through and through, came out and played for Avondale for many, many years. That was due to the late Bob Woomer connection. Bob Woomer, of course, coaching Warwickshire for many, many years before taking over the Proteas. So he would always get a couple of Englishmen down to the old Field Crescent in Athlone.
And now obviously you assume this would happen in the winter time in England.
Of course,
players would come
yeah.
down. And I mean, we spoke about like Lords at the moment, the pictures at Lords at the moment, snowy pictures.
Yeah.
Surely these players are very excited or happy to be in Cape Town at the moment.
Moeen Ali enjoyed his time at St Augustine's. He used to come regularly. Moeen Ali, he was there. Kabir Ali came down, played a couple of games for the old Mutual. And there's so many more that have come down over the years. Played for Western Province Cricket Club. English. It used to be that every school used to have an English professional. I'm not sure if you remember, Wamberg had one too, before your time.
Perhaps, I wouldn't know.
Peter Knowles?
Nosey,
Yeah. Peter Knowles from EK.
he was the director of cricket.
That's just
There was a sound, I heard a sound there.
raiding the outside edge. Yeah, so there's a long tradition of English professionals. At Sachs right now is Alan Willows. He's the head of cricket at Sachs. Done a sterling job over there over the years. Yeah, so long tradition of English players coming over to Cape Town. I think it was a lot easier back in the day before all the leagues and you've got the big bash going on and all of that, and where plenty county cricketers would, and also the possibly could afford them back then, where now the current pound to rand ratio
rand
just
ratio.
doesn't make it feasible for clubs any longer.
£1.50 for a punt. £1.50.
Bottom edge and through to the keeper. But yeah, there's definitely a long tradition of English pros coming out to South Africa. And kind of basically formulated the style of South African cricket played, because everything was textbook driven, and the way the MCC manual said it to be, and very much before the Bazball era.
Now, you spoke about the Bazball cricket. I think rugby cricket nowadays is modernized, especially with the introduction of Bazball cricket. Again, another no ball. We've seen so many no balls here today. But yeah, Bazball cricket. Very interesting introduction, brought in by the man himself, Brendan Baz McCullum, former New Zealand captain.
Another Englishman that really enjoyed his time down in Cape Town was Owe Shah. He came and played for Old Mutual, and also the Cape Cobras.
Yes.
Played many a season, at least for the Cape Cobras, won numerous trophies, played a big role in the development of some young batters here in Cape Town. It was really, and also one of the few overseas pros to still play all formats. Didn't just come and play the T20s, played red ball cricket as well. So was a real, his nickname is an ace for nothing.
Ace.
So a real investment here down in Cape Town.
And at the time, I'm sure Coach Shooks was the coach at the time.
No, Shooks had left already, unfortunately. They're very good mates, but unfortunately it was Richard Pybus who was the coach at the time.
Oh, that must be painful. We've seen a couple of those here today. Fizzer is going to have a lot of work on his hands, especially after end of play today.
We just saw Luke Wright just walk past us now, the former England all-rounder. He's part of the strategic plans of England these days, a dynamic T20 cricketer.
Another one beating the inside edge. I mean, you spoke about all these figures and management staff for England. Quality players back in the times. Righty. They got Dale Steyn. I mean, Freddie Flintoff. They got Graham Swan. So I'm pretty sure these English players must be really blessed at the moment having this quality out here at the moment.
Beautifully struck, but straight to the fielder.
That's very lucky. That one just bounced off the corner.
Hey, we're putting a good string of deliveries together. And that's a good maiden from the lanky paceman. He's clearly my math has gone out the window. There's still 2 balls remaining in the over, Nathan.
The math is not mathing at the moment here for Zaid.
Wamba College of Knowledge.
They don't call it mathslit for no reason. But I think there's just a change of ends here for Harry Moore. I think it did him wonders. Getting inching a bit close to that maiden over.
Just seems that Jordan Herman, where he was timing the ball exquisitely at the start of his innings, is now just trying to hit it a little bit too hard. Just throwing the hands at it instead of caressing it as he was previously.
Frustration starting to creep up here at the moment for Harry Moore. Felt very hard done by. Just staring at Jordan Herman just for a brief few seconds. Just one more now to conclude the 19th over. And that is the end of... Actually not.
Couple of overthrows, and that's a freebie. That goes for 5, and it'll bring up the 100 as well for the CSA Invitation 11. 4 extra runs as the 100's brought up in after the 19th over.
That's very unfortunate. I mean, inching close to a maiden over here for Harry Moore. And just a lacking concentration here from the fielders here for England Lions. And as Zaid mentioned, that brings up CSA Invitational 11's 100. 100 for 2.
That's reared nastily. Thought of a second, but they'll settle on one. Turn nicely down to the leg side.
That's mine. I live that side most. No, listen. It's raining that side.
This morning.
Yeah.
Right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
No.
So the 100 is up. And all
Just be careful. The guys are coming in. Opportunity and not out. Perhaps the bat first there. Off the bat of John du Plessis. Good burning here this far from Casey Aldridge. Previous over was all over the show. But beautiful return in this over for Casey Aldridge.
England certainly trying to string a few dot balls together. So a good one from Moore, previous over as well. And that is just helped along the way into the nets for a maximum. Too easy for Jean du Plessis. He picks up another 6.
Definitely not his favorite shot, that the pool shot. And lofted over for a 6. Short delivery there from Casey Aldridge. And Jordan du Plessis definitely not missing out on that one. Now in his 20s.
Big dog is there.
She doesn't want to run for it.
Now, hi sir.
So that turned out to be a bit of an expensive over. 8 runs coming from it. As the CSA Invitational, they keep motoring along, going at 5.5 runs to the over here. Jordan Herman 62 now, Jean du Plessis 22. As we've said all day, this is the best time to bat in Cape Town when after the sun has just baked the wicket. It's nice and hard. That's really is the best time to be at the crease. They'll run hard, they'll look for 2. It's not an offer though this time.
Sporta Tours have been responsible for bringing this match to fruition by making the travel and logistics arrangements for the England Lions Tour of South Africa. Sporta tours enable schools, clubs and international teams to train, compete and experience all the sports, not just cricket, at some of the best facilities worldwide. You can visit their website on www.sporttours.com. And of course, other sponsor, Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, hosting international tournaments to managing team logistics with excellent, seamless delivery.
Heading into the final hour here, it's been very much the South Africans' day thus far. England will be looking to make at least a few inroads to take something from day two. Day that the CSA Invitational 11 have dominated. Should be another couple. It is interesting to see how England have stuck with the slip cordon despite the runs coming at over 5.5 runs to the over.
Must say the run rate has gone down from 10 runs. We saw it was 10 runs per over, floating 10 runs per over after 4 overs, to now to 8 to 6. Now just under 6 runs per over. Now the full pitch delivery. I think Herman found his end now on the other end. This side, he was struggling a bit with his line and length. Previous over would have been a maiden over if it wasn't for that overthrow, which went for 4 runs. Again, another nudge here from John Duplessis. Just leg glance towards the fine leg, just for a single. Now it's that Jordan Herman now on strike. Looks like the call was I beg your pardon, wasn't a no ball, just a single. Good to see the Proteas test coach here as well, Shukri Conrad. Obviously they're coming off 2-0 series victory against Sri Lanka. That would do him well in terms of the WTC Championship points. Currently sit on top of the log after that victory. I think one more would take them through to the finals. Again, we just have to wait and see who they'll face. Either it will be India or Australia. Currently India and Australia are currently playing at the moment in Test cricket down under in Australia. Exciting series down there as well. Bit of bounce there to end the 21st.
England players just asking for the helmet. Looks like we might see an introduction of spin. Oh, it's for the man sitting under that short leg.
Rightly said, Zaire. Introduction of spin at the moment.
Looks like there's the teenager, the 16-year-old Ahmed. Brother of England Test leg spinner Rian Ahmed. Bowled nicely in the first innings. Didn't have too much success, but certainly looked the part.
Well, I see what they're doing here. I mean, we've seen three innings now inside 2 days. They want to finish this day. They want to finish by tomorrow. So Wednesday they can go to Clifton Beach. It would make a lot of sense, to be honest.
I don't think so. I think these guys are professionals and they'll fight till the end.
Yeah, it will be a mammoth task to possibly chase quite a hefty score here for England Lions side.
I don't think Jordan Herman's going to die wondering if he gets any bit of flight, he's going to go downtown. Instead, it's short and it's deposited into the trees. Jordan Herman, he is in the mood. He moves to 70.
Jordan Herman not playing around, and he's enjoying his time out there at the moment. Of course, departing very cheaply in that first innings, going down in the first delivery of day one.
And he goes again, and he goes even further. Jordan Herman goes bang, bang. 2 sixes in a row here for the Warriors left-hander.
Farhan Ahmed definitely under the pump here at the moment. 2 big sixes down at car corner.
Certainly not allowed the young off-spinner to settle. Remember that Farhan Ahmed is only 16 years old.
Another prospect here for England, of course, Farhan Ahmed.
That's a much better comeback from the youngster.
I think that was the quicker delivery there from Ahmed. So nice having the likes of a brother you can look up to. Currently plays trade for the senior side, so he's got all the mentors around him. Definitely doesn't need to look too far.
He would have seen the elevation of his brother, also Shoaib Bashir, the lanky off-spinner, to the England Test side over the last few months, and been filled with hope that he's not too far away either.
Just play it towards the leg side, just for a single. Just give himself a bit of room there, Jordan Herman. And that's the end of very productive over there for CSA Invitational.
Jordan Herman, he said that if he is offered any flight, but we also know that if it's slightly short, he just rocks back and he pumps it over the leg side. 2 sixes, maximums in the over for Jordan Herman. Moves to 77. Field certainly pushed back now. It's deep square, fine leg, deep point.
Hour 50 minutes.
21.
12+5.
Can't hit that for 6. When in doubt, get the Yorker in under the toes.
Can never go wrong with a Yorker. Dale Steyn was especially death bowling. That was Dale Steyn's thing. Those Yorker deliveries. Because you know that if the batter misses, definitely will be cartwheels going around there. Bowling very full here at the moment to Jordan Herman.
And that's another delightful on drive by Jordan Herman. Over pitched and didn't try to hit it too hard, just leant on it. And he's dealing in boundaries now.
And that I think that moves him on to 80 runs, if not mistaken. And inching a bit closer towards a well-played century, but again, I don't want to jinx it.
What did you just say?
The so-called
what did you just say, Nathan?
commentator's curse.
Why would you mention it? Especially a guy that's got 99 and 98 already this season.
No, we've mentioned a couple of times that he's been dismissed in the nervous 90s.
He'll run hard and look for another couple here. Gets it comfortably.
Another full pitch delivery, playing the long ground, opportunity here. Great running from these two out there at the moment, Jordan Herman and John du Plessis. Going along very nicely now. Partnership just creeping over 50 runs now, 50 plus. That's exactly what Tom Laws and Saman Akhtar did for England Lions team after 7 wickets down. Able to pull off a partnership. England Lions were under the pump after 7 wickets, and Akhtar was managed to stick around with Tom Laws. Did a wonderful job, those two, with the ball in hand in the first batting innings of the CSA Invitational 11. And that is the end of another over for John Turner, who replaces Moore Ahmed now with ball in hand for Ahmed. Also brother of Rian Ahmed, England international.
Pick up another one there for Jordan Herman. He moves to 85.
Jordan, I'm just giving himself a bit of room to execute that shot just for a single. Jordan Herman currently sitting on 84 runs. I mean, you did ask Jordan Herman, would he rather choose to be out on first ball or be out on 99? And he chose what exactly, Zahir?
He's certainly working his way calmly.
What did he say to you, Zahir?
He said, much rather take the first ball at the 99. Hurts a lot more. Put in all that effort.
Well, he's only on his way to get to the nervous 90s.
It's only 70 balls. That's been the other impressive part. The lead's grown to 272. And now Jean Duplessis, he gets into the act and he moves into the 30s.
Yeah, well lofted shot in that vacant mid-wicket region. And getting 4 runs to show for it. 4-pitch delivery. They are taking the pressure onto Farhan Ahmedia, the youngster, teenager, let me put it that way.
There's certainly a conversation about when the youngster comes on to bowl, we're not going to let him settle. These two, of course, played together at the Warriors. They would have batted together many, many times.
Good way to end the 24th over. And that's 141 for 2. And we'll have the drinks break. And we'll be back after the short break.
I cannot anymore. Oh. Right.
sustain afterwards.
Once again, just pulling into the vacant mid-wicket region, picking up another couple. England bowlers haven't been able to create sustained amount of pressure in the second innings. They've worked a couple overs where they were able to string a few dot balls together, but just when the pressure valve was increasing, that's when Jordan Herman would break loose and get a boundary just to release it once more. That should just be one. English boys still very chipper in the field despite the huge deficit that they face. Trying to keep the spirits up. That's the end of the over.
50-50. 50-50.
144 for 2 after 25 overs. Run rate approaching 6 runs to the over again. For Ahmed, he'll continue. He's put under pressure immediately by Jordan Herman. Popped for a couple of sixes in his first over. And that will take Jordan Herman into the nervous 90s. Said it without wanting to put the mockers on him. Said it before that he's been dismissed twice already this season, 99 and 98. Certainly doesn't want a repeat of that. Certainly want to bowl at the right-hander. Just keeping quiet. Jean du Plessis. Just get into a rhythm with a few dot deliveries. But John du Plessis is not going to allow him to settle. He'll go straight down the ground. One bounce for another boundary. That's really good from John du Plessis. The moment was just a little bit too full. Saw the opportunity and just banged it straight down the ground for another boundary. Almost from Farhan, but he thought he'd got through. That one just kept a little bit lower than usual, and Jean du Plessis had to very quickly react to get his bat down in time. It's good recovery by Farhan Ahmed. CSA Invitational 11, 149 for 2 after 26 overs. Partnership is already 94. The overall lead 284. Easy single, which brings up CSA Invitational 150 after just 26 overs. England fielders trying their very best to keep the spirits up, trying to motivate the bowler John Turner. I think Turner's possibly been the most impressive of the English seamers, along with Pat Brown. Well, Turner doesn't unfortunately have any reward to show for it. Did have a couple of big appeals early on against Senekwani, but he's run in with plenty of gumption and character, trying to prize open an end. Jean du Plessis has been the perfect foil for Jordan Herman. He's managed to keep up his end, but also attack when the opportunity arose. Previous over, perfect example, just potting for Herman back over his head. It's really good from John Turner. It's close on 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is belting down. Jordan Herman, he's still, at least John Turner, he's still charging in, trying to open an in. Turned down the single to bring the end of the 27th over. CSA Invitational 151 for 2 with an overall lead of 286. That's the England bowling figures. Only Pat Brown, the only one with any success. He picked up the wickets of Sisonke Senekwani and also Richard Seletswani. The rest has been rather tough for these England bowlers, particularly Mitch Stanley up front. He went to 12 runs and over. Casey Aldridge and Farhan Ahmed, they've struggled as well. It's Ahmed with the ball in his hands right now. Push the long off back. Turn that one into the leg side and move along to 92. That's a good solid over from Farana, but just a single. So that CSA Invitational 11, 153 for 2. Partnership, 98 runs of just 28 overs. That's the fourth umpire, Warren Weingard. Just doing his duties. Have a seat, come have a chat there.
Yeah, no, online.
Again. It's turned around nicely there by Duplessis. Add another single to the total.
Very nice to do this. Good boy. Should Herman just come out and take shots? Catching down trees here. I've seen this is 2 overs doing it all. You must be tired. Get that on concrete.
John Turner Heasel running in nicely for England. He's been one of the more impressive seamers on the day. Really tried his heart out. Had a few chances in his first spell here from the commentary end. Big shots against Senekwani. Didn't unfortunately go his way. But he hasn't given up. Oh, that's dangerous. That is dangerous. Hope he's all right. Seems to be. Seems to be just a little bit of a ditch on that side. We've seen Cody Yusuf. He struggled there with plenty no balls coming downhill from that end. That's a good follow-up. Can't be hitting that for 6 from your toes. Gonna make Jordan Herman work for every one of his next 8 runs, that's for sure.
How many viewers? I'm not sure. Hell no.
He's been strong, square of the wicket all day, and some good running brings him another 2, takes him to 94. It's been a feature of Jordan Herman's innings. Whenever there's been an opportunity to double up, he's taken it. That is gonna hurt. That will hurt. That is on just above the glove, on the wrist. And we'll get the medics out and we'll be back with you shortly after the bit of magic spray is brought onto the field.
Just one of you, purely. Just do it all day. Before that. No, it's other parents, right? Oh. No, that's long. Going before this because do this for quick stuff. Yeah. The YouTube channel. I'm just doing it because I'm doing the ODI next week. Yeah. Get that in fall. Just to get it going. Yeah. I want to come in fresh. What the fuck? With Pakistan? Nice. For who? Exhibition. Hold on. And then Guy Majola. Are you going to do that as well? Yeah.
Benny Hansen as well.
Yeah.
Shame his dad's not well.
No, he's not actually. I actually got him at the last time I got him was at the
Weinberg.
Province Awards.
Yeah. Yet another flush out.
That's not good.
Latest was
And you're having those type of conversations. My mate's out of it. It's gone painful.
like Australian has septicemia now. So poor guy's about 8 trips for going in and feeding tube. You will remain isolated at least 5 days and potential recovery with Virginia ward. Commissioner Rodney leave hospital for use on the men. So
Welcome, Dale Steyn.
Good afternoon. At least I'm awake.
That is true. That is true. But you are wearing an England shirt, though.
I'm in the England shirt, correct?
So
Spending a bit of time with the English boys whilst they're out here. It's been fun.
I had Mark Wood on earlier, and he was saying how much fun he's had with you. So just been loving working with you. And just what's it been like for you having Woody in your stable?
Well, I suppose somebody like Woody you don't really have to do much with. He's an international player. And if you're looking at all the guys, he's probably the standout in terms of like how he just clicks into gear with everything. His action is so repetitive. He's done it so many times that when you're watching him practice, there's not much advice that one has to give him. Whereas many of the other guys, they're still getting that 10,000 hours under their belt kind of rule, and 10,000
Yes.
balls under their belt. Whereas Woody's, he's probably done that already.
And just the overall experience, we've seen some really big, lanky seamers here for England, really trying to hit the deck hard. Just the overall experience with the English boys?
Yeah, great experience. A lot of the guys are quite young. I've seen some of the guys are even 16 years old, I think. 17 years old.
This off spinner, yeah?
Yeah. Their under-19 team is actually out at Stellenbosch. And they've pulled in one or two of the guys to come and join this squad whilst we were down in Constantia working there. So it's been a fantastic time, and I think great for the players to kind of been rubbing shoulders with some of the guys that are older, and I can only imagine being 16 and traveling like these guys are now.
Yeah, we're speaking about could be back home in the thermals and in the gym, and down here in Cape Town in this lovely venue to have a bowl. So it can only be a good thing.
Cape Town, eh? I mean, there's not.
That says it all, doesn't it? That's just it.
I moved here like 18 years ago, and best move I ever made in my life. And the only problem I ever had was having to fight against Vernon Philander for the proper end at Newlands.
That'll be a couple. And a few, you've had a few fault fires though in your time, haven't you?
Whilst we're here?
Yeah.
Yeah, close to Stonehurst, where I live. We've had one or two fires on the mountain. Luckily, I've never had to be evacuated, but there's been a couple of houses that have gotten close. But that's part of the deal when you move to Cape Town. The wind pumps here, and sometimes we get some fires over summer. Happens.
I'm just glad you're not fighting with great whites on your board, that's all.
No, I think there's some orcas in the bay right now, so they've chased them away.
You know a little bit about this young man batting at the moment, Jordan Herman, down at Sunrisers Eastern Cape.
Very good player, very good player. And the first time I've actually watched him play a little bit of red ball cricket, been My missus says that the TV is broken because I leave it on YouTube so that I can watch the 4-day
The CSA 4-day stuff.
Yeah, just so I can familiarize myself with some of the local players. And Jordan has been, it was, one just held up in the wicket a little bit, but Jordan's been that one guy that for us with Sunrisers Eastern Cape has been incredible with a white ball. His ability to kind of like attack and as well as his defense now in the 4-day game makes him a very complete player. I was chatting to Neil McKenzie right now and saying his technique and everything has come up. In South Africa, a lot of batters to choose from now, whereas a couple of years ago they didn't, and he's one of the guys that could be knocking on that door. It's a great shot.
Certainly is, and that he'll pick up another boundary and he'll go to 98. And that's when he gets nervous. He's got a 98 and a 99 already this season, Dale. So he has told me that he got a first ball in the first innings, and much rather take that than a 98 or a 99 any day.
Would you take a first baller than I would take a 99?
He said all that effort for nothing. That's what he said.
No, if it's a good ball, it's a good ball. But he's been on fire as Jordan Herman. He scored some runs leading up into this game, and unfortunately this game's not one that counts. So if he does get over to that 3-figure mark, it's not going to count as his career overall stats, but it's still one that goes down in the mind that you played against an English touring team, Lions touring team, and you got yourself some runs.
Absolutely, and we saw the test coach Conrad walking around here earlier, so whenever you're scoring runs in front of the test coach, that can't be a bad thing.
Not a bad thing at all. Not a bad thing at all.
These two, Jordan Herman and Jean du Plessis, they played together for the Warriors. Saw their coach here walking around earlier as well, Robbie P, keeping an eye on his boys.
I didn't see Robbie P. I would love to see him. I saw him at the auction the other day. I said to him, he had a couple of good buys. He got Dane Pitt down here. It's MI Cape Town.
Yeah, I think that's for the vibes, eh? That's for pure vibes.
Sometimes you need it in a team. We had Simon Harmer with us at the Sunrisers Eastern Cape, and not only is he a serious bowler, but he's probably one of the best men when it comes to a fines meeting.
Fantastic.
It keeps the banter and the team going, and sometimes that's what you need, win or lose. It's always good.
One of the key areas of your success down in Gqeberha has been that team spirit, and particularly the coaching staff led by Eddie Burrell, and just that family atmosphere that you guys created.
Yeah, so the first SA20, a lot of the players were actually just local players. Even the foreigners were local players. That's a great catch.
Yes, boy.
That is a fantastic catch. Just biting off the wicket a little bit, and I think it's Hamza, leg slip there. That's a reaction catch. You got to be pretty quick to take those ones.
Absolutely. He was on air with us earlier, and he's certainly enjoying his time in Cape Town, and he'll particularly enjoy that catch. Brings an end to a good little innings from Jean du Plessis. He's worked very, very hard, but he's got to go now. As we look at that reactions, you would possibly only have seen it once. It went past the stumps, and to take it with both hands, excellent from Jean du Plessis. CSA Invitational 11. They lose their third wicket, 161 for 3. That's that.
Just cutting down trees there, dude. Brought the mice.
I kept their wicket.
If you don't mind, said I must ask you, your neighbour, he says, the guy helped you move in the fridge.
A fridge?
Hamza,
Which one? Stoners?
what up, boy?
So I must ask you.
Where's my fridge?
Done.
So he said he helped you move in the fridge or something.
Oh, my neighbour. Do you know him? How do you know?
Force bearing.
Okay. You must ask him if he saw my missus the other day, because he was getting his Uber Eats and he walked up the driveway and my missus was standing in her robe, and she's like, she was like, I think the neighbor's son just saw me.
You can hear the sound, eh?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
The new batter for the home team is the captain, Kishile. Played a really good knock in the first innings. And he'll want to continue the momentum. The lead is already 296. Dan Mosley, he'll enjoy the wicket. England Lions finally managing to break that partnership as we have another look at the catch. Excellent work there by Hamza Sheikh.
Reminds me a bit of Vian Mulder's catch of Keshav. He took the hat-trick. I think Vian Mulder took a blinded catch down the leg side.
That was in within the West Indies, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I fielded there once or twice for South Africa and then
Never again.
never again. Graham was like, you're out of here.
You're far too valuable to be sitting so close to the bat. It's funny though how one of your premier batters was under the helmet for many a year.
Hashim Amla?
Absolutely.
Guys used to always tell him, Hashim, you're the best in the world. And he always used to wonder, why do they keep telling me that?
Fantastic.
Oh.
Oh, that one almost sneaked through as Herman moves to 99. First got a glimpse of the young Ahmed in the Under-19 World Cup. Commentated on England's game against Zimbabwe in Poch. At that level, he certainly proved to be a handful. Just quicker through the air. Youngsters didn't know which way it was going.
A very interesting run-up. A little bit of a longer run-up, and he sets himself and then takes off. Good shot.
Immediately Kishile goes through the covers. He'll pick up a couple, won't go all the way. Certainly the skipper's going to play with a little bit more freedom as the lead now extends to 299.
It was interesting that a lot of these guys, they knew this 4-day game was coming up, and they were asking me once I stepped in from a South African point of view if I knew who the players were they were going to be playing against. And one name that they were a bit concerned about was Aquenema Parker.
Well, after last night, I think a lot more people are going to be concerned when a teenager clocks 153 kilometers an hour.
Was that how quick he bowled?
153 last night.
That's pretty impressive, that.
Del, did you bowl 153 at 18 years old?
Probably 158.
That could possibly be true. Might not have been at the Stumps, but it was definitely 158.
No, I don't think we had speed guns around. Amazingly now, even with the cameras that the English Lions are touring with here, they can tell you exactly what speeds these bowlers are bowling at. So
that is one-handed, swatted away, and it'll be another boundary. First one for the skipper, Kishile. And I'm just losing his way a little bit, yeah. It's almost slapped with disdain. Just one hand coming off the bat.
Is he fielding?
That brings us to the end of the 32nd over. South Africa Invitational 11, 168 for 3. Tell, is there a more beautiful sight in cricket than that mountain?
I was actually just thinking the same thing whilst I was standing here, and going, well, I've played in some incredible places in the world. There's one ground in India. Why can't I think of the name right now? Dharamshala. You can be playing in the middle of summer. It's 45 degrees and there's snow on the mountain.
Yes.
I mean, that comes close. But the fact that it takes me 16 minutes to get from this ground back to my house.
And not 3 days to Dharamshala.
That makes Cape Town the most amazing place in the world.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, chatting to the boys earlier and just saying, you know, back in the day, a little bit of bounce.
And he's dropped on 99, and he'll go through for the single. Jordan Herman, raise your bat. Could almost have been another mishap, but instead, you will acknowledge the applause of your teammates. That's very well played, young man. That's another 100 for Jordan Herman.
Yeah, Jordy's been in form lately and could have been out on 99 over there. It would have been an absolute travesty had that catch been taken. But he moves over to the 3-figure mark. He's batted beautifully over the last few weeks, I believe, for the Warriors. He got a first baller the other day, but he goes on to get 100 today.
Absolutely, that just shows the nature of the game. And I think if he was caught at 99, he might not have left the dressing room in one piece today. Was that a chance?
Everyone's going up like it was a bit of a chance. I think potentially with the amount of runs that the South Africans are ahead right now, we might see a few more shots played with a couple days left.
Actually, to be honest, from before the game, we thought it might go the other way. We thought that the England batters, they would be the ones that come out and really play a few shots. Saw a little bit of Dan Mosley, the bowler now, when he was just tiptoed down the wicket and popped one over the side screen. We thought could really be on here.
Yeah, a lot of the batters have got the potential, and I think the message from the England main team down is that it's the intent that they want to see. They want to see these guys show intent. It's not just about the numbers. Rob Key is here, Andrew Flintoff, Luke Bright, all the main men that England use to identify and scout players that they want to use and take up to the English main team. So sometimes it's not about how many runs they score, but are these guys playing in the manner in which they want to take their cricket going forward?
We've heard many times about what impact can you make on the game, and that's something that has very much been the mantra coming from Baz McCullum, of how and what contributions can you make to win test matches. Might not be every game, but if you can do it once or twice in a series, that'll get us 2 wins.
But it's nice to see that they follow through with that. I mean, now you'll see a guy like Jacob Bethel. I don't even think he had a first-class 100, and he's been roped into the England Test team.
Fantastic talent.
And it just shows you that so sometimes it's not about going out there and scoring runs every season, which is important, but they've decided that this is their message, this is the way that they want to play, and this is the intent in which they want to play their cricket. And he is somebody that they believe is going to take that game forward. So without even having scored those first-class runs, they've said, yes, please, we'll have you. And he's already playing Test match cricket.
I think it's a similar situation with South Africa with Tristan Stubbs, where yes, he got the one big triple 100, and that's quite a feat. But Shukri Khan has gone and said, "You're my number 3, and you've got the game to fit how we want to play," and it's certainly reaped rewards already.
He fits into that South African Test team absolutely perfectly. Oh, that's just kept a little bit low, but not just from, I think, a run scoring point of view, but he's also quite a big guy. It's something South Africa hasn't had for a while, since your likes of like maybe a Callis and a Smith. It's quite intimidating when, as a bowler, you're running in and there's a bloke standing at the other end that's a big unit, and versus somebody where you're running in and they're a little bit smaller. Not to say that Temba, for example, can score runs,
or Sachin Tendulkar, for that matter.
But for South Africa right now in that position, it fits well that you've got Tristan Stubbs and Bavuma scoring runs right now. It works well, almost like the way that Morne Morkel and Vernon would bowl, or Vernon and myself would bowl.
Del, it's interesting that you say that, because Shooks has always been big on big players, and we've had many conversations that you're not picking a loose trio, you're not picking Peter Steff, but he's always spoken about having that imposing presence at the crease, and listening to you saying as a fast bowler running in and just seeing that on the other end does make a difference.
Yeah, I think there's a game within the game that you're playing, and it's part of my job is to go and speak to teams, and not just about strategy, about how to get wickets or how to bowl with this particular ball or how to play in these conditions, but also like how to play that game within the game. And Stubbs being quite a big guy, or guys that I played against that were quite big, when you would bowl and they would come down the wicket and they would get the other side and they would be in your space, it was uncomfortable. And it made you probably bowl one or two bad balls, and it puts you under pressure a little bit. And you can almost teach these guys these things because they're coming with this natural ability already. Stubbo, you can't make Stubbo get bigger. He's already big.
Yeah.
But now how do you use that to work in your favor, to score the extra 15, 20 runs?
I think one person who certainly set the tone in that manner was Matthew Hayden. I mean, he's a monster of a man, and when he walked down the wicket, the 22 yards became a lot smaller.
Absolutely. Even AB de Villiers, I think he wasn't a very big guy, but I think, he was 20 not out the night before the game even started, just because of presence. And
aura.
Matthew Hayden was exactly that, that aura and that presence about him. Shane Warne probably had 2 wickets before he bowled a ball. That stuff, if you can teach young players that, and they've already got the skill, it can take them a long way.
Mitch Stanley didn't start too well with the new ball, and he'd want to come back and just string a few deliveries together to get that rhythm back again. So, when did you join up with the Sunrisers for Operation Hat-Trick?
I like the sound of that. That would be great. I drive up on the 3rd of Jan, the 4th of Jan, actually.
Drive up?
We drive up, yes.
Stopping in J Bay on the way?
100%. Yeah, no, VJ did message me the other day, and he was like, when do you want to fly? The team does get together on, I think, the 3rd. It's a good shot. But yeah, I'll take the car and I'll throw some boards on the roof, and my missus will come with. And then, yeah, it's nice. Like after practice, 80 Barrel's got quite a good fun unit there in how we operate. So like you'll have your practice in the morning, and then you've got your fun in the afternoon. The guys will either go play golf or something. So then I can always just drive down to J Bay, catch a couple waves.
Oh, that's
or even spend the night, surf the next morning, and then go practice the next afternoon, whatever it is.
That's the way you should. That's the way you should do it.
Absolutely. When Sunrisers were talking to me during the IPL as to which team they wanted to buy, there was only 2 teams in my mind. I was like, either Cape Town or
it's staying along the coast, lads.
Or Taberga.
Yeah, it's staying along the coast.
It worked out pretty well.
As you said, a few shots are going to be played here. Del, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Very welcome.
Yeah, been lovely to have you.
Thank you.
The insight that you added.
I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we will certainly rope you in.
I'll chat then. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Go well.
I couldn't sit on my ass anymore over there. Yeah, it's just good to see you getting off your ass.
want to get me yelled, eh?
Well done.
Come going in there. Perfect. Okay, I'll see you guys now.
But now you can take
When you're in PE, go in front of Indian Bay. Get some wild waves on that side.
No, it's too wild for me.
Too much. Okay.
I've been there. I'm like, man.
Thank you. You can finish up.
Just a light shout and not given by the umpire. And that's the end of the 35th. Just looking at that delivery again. Oh, perhaps coming off the pad.
Alvin McKenzie, Judy Dale, and then we share. Cool? Can. Then you get both.
Okay. Perfect. Zahir, thanks.
Was cool. That's pulled nicely. Just for a single though. Wild control shot there by Jordan Herman. Just for a single.
Pitch vision. Pitch vision.
Pitch vision. So streaming only.
Streaming on YouTube, yeah.
Mitch Stanley batting his 4th over now. Oh, there was an opportunity there for a short leg. You can feel it. There's something there for the bowlers. Something coming here. Wonderful partnership between Jordan Herman and Jean Duplessis. Currently, the lead for CSA Invitational was 29. Opportunity and given! It is given by the umpire. Took him time and Kashile thought he was safe. But unfortunately, has to depart cheaply just for 6 runs. And that's 4 wickets down now. 174 for 4. Just looking at that 4th wicket, dismissing Klashile, Stanley Wangson in, and definitely in line. And you'll probably question if it was perhaps maybe going down leg side, but umpire giving it out. And that's 4 wickets down now for CSA Invitational 11. Klashile scoring 70 odd runs in its first innings. Falling very cheaply just for 6 runs. He thought he was safe. But not to be for the captain of CSA Invitational. That brings in Andile Mokhakane. Very handy batter here for the CSA Invitational side. I knew there was something coming here for the bowlers, and it came at the right time, just before the close of play on day 2. Stanley to continue. Good leave by Mokhakane. Just making sure that doesn't touch his bat or gloves as the ball goes past him towards the leg side. You can see that arm, right arm of Mitch Stanley, heavily strapped up. Perhaps there's a problem with his elbow. A short mid wicket and a short leg. Oh, that was very close. Mokakane, trusting the bounce, just deciding to leave that delivery. And just one delivery remaining to conclude the 36th. It's nice to have a few stars joining us in the commentary today. We have the likes of Delstein, Mark Wood, the express pace, seam bowler for England, enjoying his time here in Cape Town. Fun fact, I actually didn't know he doesn't drink, but yeah, Mark Wood. Currently down with injury, and apparently Delstein is keeping a close eye on him, just nursing him back to health, him doing rehab this side in Cape Town. Of course, they are enjoying the scenery and what Cape Town has to offer. Currently, winter conditions in England. A bit of snow. We had Hamza Sheikh as well to join us earlier on in today's play. Very nice to get some insight into that England camp. And reverse sweep. And umpire saw two more, perhaps maybe just impact just outside the run off stump. There, Dan Mosley. Quick fire knock there for Dan Mosley in their batting innings. Another big shot, and again, so Duma again telling them just outside off. Very animated this time though from the umpire. Another shout. Not given. Jordan Herman, what is going on out there? Good start to this over here from that Mosley. Pulled nicely. Stand and deliver. All eyes there from the fielders of England Lions. Just looking at set it over on the leg side. And that is a 6 runs to Jordan Herman. Now moves on to 110 runs. Lead slowly going up here. Goes again, dispatched again towards a deep mid wicket. This time just for 4 runs. Herman definitely not missing out here. Having a lot of fun out there at the moment. Making sure that we definitely forget he went out for first ball in that first innings. But Jordan Herman coming towards his own here. Another large shout. And that's the end of the 37th. 184 for 4.
bedlala icricket ngamane kwaze kusesuke ngidala trophy hayi ajengayi ngamane bashuni big decision ayisoke ngake dala oyayi
Stanley to continue. Great forward defensive there from Andile Mokhakane. So far, Mitch Stanley has bowled 4 overs, going for 28 runs. Exactly 7, economy of 7 runs. But the most important part is that wicket. Crucial wicket for Mitch Stanley. I'm just going down towards the leg side. Will it find the legs? It won't. Just cutting it down just for 2 leg byes signaled by the umpire. 2 leg byes, I beg your pardon. Beautiful drive. Going down the slope here. Rudolph just cutting it down for 2 runs. Looks like it was Dan Mosley, spin bowler. Has contributed very well here, Dan Mosley, thus far. Picked up a few wickets in that first innings, and another one now in the second innings for this CSA Invitational 11th batting innings. Now for another forward defensive. There from Mokhakane. You think now what's going through the minds of the Invitational 11 side coming towards the close of play. 323 runs and still with 2 days remaining. Pulled shot here from Mokhakane, and it is given runs, boundary here, fortunately misfield. Mokhakane reading that short delivery very well, and unfortunately it's a misfield on the fine leg. Definitely not what is needed at the moment here for England Lions. Mokhakane now moves on to 6 runs. There the head is down. Must be very disappointed in himself, that fielder there. These things tend to happen, especially towards the close of play. Lapse in concentration. Here we see now fielder moving down towards a deep mid wicket. Perhaps we could see a few short deliveries. As expected, those short deliveries, and well fielded there by fielder standing at short leg. And that's the end of very productive over there for Mokhakane. 38 overs gone, 192 for 2. Mitch Stanley, or let me say Dan Mosley, giving the ball again. Oh, light shot again. Umpire saw Dumo not moved whatever. Must say, Mosley has given Herman a bit of trouble. Beautiful shot from Herman, just giving himself a bit of room. And played towards a deep backward point region, just for a single though. Now Mokakane now on strike. Had a very good over in the previous over. Getting a boundary and a few singles here and there. Or let me say 2 runs. A few catching opportunities here on the leg side. Great forward defensive. I think these two out there at the moment will be very cautious and looking at the time, looking at the clock. What's the time? And just to hang in there, not to play a irrational shot or negative shot. Oh, thick outside edge. Mosley bowling tight lines here against Mokakane. And block shot just to end 39th over, 193 for 4. Currently the time is 26 minutes past 5. South African time. Start to wonder how many overs are left in today's play. It's been all out at the moment. Wickets galore, runs galore. Best of both worlds out there. 16 wickets to fall today. Mitch Stanley to continue. Played off the back foot there from Jordan Herman. Looks like Stanley will be sticking with right arm over the wicket. Again, pulled. Misjudging that one from Herman. Would like to see Stanley just coming around the wicket, that angle onto the left-hand batter. So Pat Brown just giving Herman a bit of trouble earlier today. Pat Brown, of course, getting just 2 crucial wickets. Also, it's one. And Senekwane. Opportunity not to be again. One just pitching outside leg. And was shot offered, can't really go out in that one. You have to commend the bowling of England. They have been testing the batters out there. So many appeals and not given. Perhaps they maybe think the bowlers are hard done by with those calls not given out. Beautiful Yorker delivery there from Stanley. Now the wind's starting to pick up a bit here. We've had 4 seasons in one day here today. Overnight rain. And on my way to the stadium here, there was rain in the Chapman's Peak area. This side was very overcast. Now the sun is breaking onto the surface. I've seen it all, definitely seen it all here today, definitely seen it all. It is currently 5:30 and one delivery to conclude the end of the 40th over. This one just popped up there, and that's the end of the 40th over. And Stumps is called by the umpire. That brings the end of the proceedings of day 2. CSA Invitational 11, 193 for 4. CSA Invitational 11 having to still with 2 wickets in hand this morning, coming out and losing 2 wickets in the side the first over, scoring at 289 all out. And then England Lions came on, losing crucial early wickets, scoring 154 all out. And these 2 are still out there at the moment. Again, looking at the scorecard, Senokwane and Sineteba Kalshile, captain, 79, 73 respectively. Tom Laws and Zaman Akhtar, 2 players that did very well when they came out to bat for the England Lions, 4 and 3 wickets respectively. And Tom Laws, Zaman Akhtar contributing really nicely for 48 and 32, with Corbin Bosch and Cody Yusuf sharing the spoils there with 3 wickets. CSA Invitational batting in their second innings. Jordan Herman unbeaten 115, not out, and Jean Duplessis unfortunately had to depart so early. Was looking very comfortable out there, just with 36. Pat Brown and Dan Mosley, the spinner, 2 and 1 wicket respectively. And that's the end of day 2. And we'll be back tomorrow morning. Cheers. We'll see you tomorrow.